Hello. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to session 9. My name is Rohan, and this is session 9 of the India International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management. It's rare to get this many experts and practitioners together in one place. I'm grateful you made the time to join us, and I hope today leads to something really insightful. This symposium is proudly convened by the Election Commission of India and the India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management under India's 2026 Chairship of International IDEA. Our guiding theme for this chairship is Democracy for an Inclusive, Peaceful, Resilient, and Sustainable World, a vision deeply rooted in India's civilizational ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the belief that the world is one family. The session 9 of the symposium on balloting systems, voter identification and poll day operations brings together model international electoral standards and global best practices to establish clear benchmarks while highlighting innovative approaches that enhance the integrity of polling processes. To start the session, it is a privilege to introduce Mr. Kapil Sharma, a distinguished domain expert at the IIIDEM. Mr. Sharma is an electoral management professional with a career spanning over a decade. Since joining the election services in 2013, he has served in pivotal roles within the office of the Chief Electoral Officer Bihar, including tenures as the State Sweep Nodal Officer and State Media Nodal Officer. His expertise encompasses the full spectrum of electoral operations, from strategic planning and voter awareness to accessibility initiatives and institutional capacity building. His innovative contributions have earned him significant high-level recognition. He received State Best Electoral Practice Award for pioneering voter awareness strategies amidst the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, and National Award for his team's exemplary work in media management and countering misinformation during the Bihar Legislative Assembly election. Mr. Sharma's professional experience is underpinned by a rigorous academic background. He holds a master's degree in international election management from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, and a master's in journalism and mass communication from the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. Without further ado, I invite Kapil Sharma to the floor to deliver the welcome address and the context setting.
Thank you, Rohan. So, it is a privilege to address Group 6, the category that covers such topics that plays a critical role in upholding the credibility of our electoral system. The topics are balloting system, voter identification, and poll day operations. These might seem different, but all of them converge to a single goal, that is trust. Let us begin with the balloting system. India's journey has been a significant one, from paper ballots, which were prone to invalid votes, delays, and at times malpractices, to the adaptation of electronic voting machine across the country. This shift brought efficiency, accuracy, and speed in counting. To further strengthen transparency and voter confidence, we introduced VVPAT. VVPAT was important as it added an extra audit layer. Technology alone does not build trust. Processes do. Proper storage, mock polls, and adherence to protocols are what translate technology into credibility. Moving to voter identification, its evaluation reflects a constant effort. Balancing inclusion with integrity was important. And we have evolved from basic role-based verification to the current system of EPIC and a range of alternative identification documents, ensuring that no eligible voter is excluded due to rigid requirements. This flexibility is crucial in a diverse country like India, and it is also important for all the election management bodies across the globe. The significance of voter identification lies in the fact that it is the first point at which the system establishes legitimacy, ensuring that the right person votes and only once. Finally, poll day operations. It represents the moment where all planning meets reality. Over time, there has been increasing standardization in procedures, better training of personnel, and integration of monitoring mechanism. Today, polling stations are expected to deliver not just efficiency but also a dignified and accessible voting experience. Queue management, secrecy of voting, handling of equipment, and maintaining order are not just logistical tasks. We should see it as confidence building measures. So, discussing all these points in this session, we have our own eminent speakers also. We have Dr. Subodh from IIT Delhi, Haryana. We have Dr. Aparna from IIT Mandi, Himachal Pradesh. Dr. Sanjay Batis, PC, Chandigarh. We have state thematic expert, West Bengal, Dr. Priya Sitaraman, and state thematic expert from Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Anil Salgotra joins you. I hope our eminent speakers will pave the way with their insights to strengthen the understanding of these processes in current electoral development, and it will be beneficial for all the EMBs. My best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will move forward and give the floor to our esteemed speakers. For the first presentation, it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Nicholas Lovatze, representing the EMB of Georgia. Nicholas is an operations and technology executive with deep expertise in designing complex logistics systems, mitigating risk, and delivering large-scale, high-stakes projects. He currently leads the end-to-end architecture and nationwide rollout of Georgia's electronic voting infrastructure. As the operational head of this critical and closely monitored national initiative, Nicholas has successfully guided the project from initial testing to full-scale deployment, overseeing extensive hardware supply chains while ensuring transparency, accuracy, and strict regulatory compliance. Prior to this role, he managed regional field operations and technology implementations at Smartmatic. His professional foundation is rooted in global supply chain management, B2B commercial strategy, and crisis logistics. The core strength of Nicholas lies in transforming complex, multi-layered requirements into seamless, reliable execution even under intense scrutiny and demanding conditions. Mr. Nicholas, if you are ready, we can start with your presentation.
Ready? Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? First of all?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, colleagues. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you back for our continued dialogue of the modernization of election management. Following our previous discussions detailing the structural framework of Georgia's electoral transition, today's presentation is designed to provide you with a granular operational perspective. We will meticulously examine the practical execution of our systems on election day. From the precise moment a voter arrives at the precincts to highly secure encrypted transmission of final counting data to our central servers. The foundation of our election security begins with the voter identification unit, commonly referred to as the VIU. This device serves as our primary checkpoint, and it's engineered to eliminate identity fraud while maximizing processing speed. It is highly adaptable, equipped to perform instantaneous electronic searches by seamlessly reading the smart chips embedded in our national ID cards. However, to ensure absolute inclusivity and prevent any technological disenfranchisement, the system is also programmed to facilitate manual search capabilities. This means, for example, that if a citizen presents a traditional passport rather than an electronic ID, our registrars can securely locate and verify their credentials within the system. Next. Once the rigorous verification process is complete, the voter interacts with the precinct count optical scanner, or PICOS. This device fundamentally transforms the integrity of the polling station. Rather than waiting hours for manual sorting, the PICOS automatically scans the ballot, interprets the voter's markings, and immediately records the vote the very second ballot is cast. By automating this traditionally labor-intensive process, we completely bypass the vulnerabilities associated with the human fatigue, drastically accelerate the delivery of preliminary results, and virtually eliminate the administrative errors that often lead to post-election disputes. To securely bridge the physical precinct with the Central Election Commission, we deploy dedicated tablet computers. These devices serve a singular, restricted purpose. They are exclusively conduit for transmitting aggregated data, operating entirely independent of the voting hardware. These tablets utilize advanced encryption protocols to securely forward voter turnout metrics throughout the day, and ultimately the consolidated preliminary results after the polls close. This ensures fast, secure, and unbroken chain of digital custody. Opening the poll day station and transmission. So poll day operations. The operational tempo of election day is strictly regimented to ensure maximum transparency and efficiency. Our commission members initiate setup at exactly 6:45 a.m., ensuring all systems are rigorously tested and verified before voting officially commences at 8 a.m. Rather than waiting until the end of the day to assess participation, our chairpersons proactively generate physical turnout reports directly from the VIU at 5 designated milestones: 10 a.m., 12 p.m., also 3 p.m., 5 p.m., and 8 p.m. These reports are then immediately transmitted via the secure tablet, providing observers and the public with a predictable, verifiable, and continuous stream of participation data. If we turn our attention to the voter's journey, you will notice a carefully choreographed sequence designed to layer physical and digital security. Step 1 involves an inking check and electronic verification via the VIU. In step 2, the voter must sign a physical printed receipt, creating a permanent paper trail of their attendance. Following the administration of inking fluid in step 3, the register provides specific hands-on instructions asking the voter to practice marking a sample circle to prevent spoiled ballots. Finally, the voter proceeds to the booth, makes their selection, and personally feeds the ballot into the PICOS machine, waiting until the screen confirms their vote has been successfully cast and recorded. So, close of election day. At exactly 8 p.m., the polling stations are officially closed, and we initiate a strict linear closure protocol. The very first action is the permanent lockdown of the VIU verification process, meaning no further voters can be registered. Subsequently, the PICOS scanning functionality is disabled and the machines are synchronized to ensure every cast ballot is accounted for. The system then generates a comprehensive consolidated result report, and this crucial file is extracted from the isolated scanner via a secure USB drive and transferred to the tablet where it is encrypted and transmitted directly to us, to the CEC. So while our internal testing is rigorous, Public trust in a democracy demands objective third-party validation. Therefore, the Central Election Commission commissioned ProVNV, a premier internationally recognized testing laboratory headquartered in United States. Specializing exclusively in the forensic certification of electronic systems, ProVNV conducted exhaustive comprehensive testing of our entire hardware and software ecosystem in preparation for both 2024 parliamentary and 2025 municipal elections. So what was their findings? So the audit findings regarding our voter identification units validated our most critical security design choices. First and foremost, the audit confirmed that the VIU operate 100% air gap. They possess no hardware capable of connecting to the internet. The report also highlighted our dual layer protection against double voting. Not only does the software block duplicate entries, but it triggers an audible alert if a second verification is attempted. Furthermore, the audit certified that it is technologically impossible to duplicate a voter across different stations, and then the physical receipt generated by the machine reflect dynamic, real-time data and entirely disproving claims of pre-programmed outcomes. So, in assessing the precinct council optical scanners, ProVNV definitively validated the absolute secrecy of the ballot. Like the verification units, the scanners were confirmed to be 100% air gap. Because the paper ballots are unnumbered and because the digital files created within the PICOs purposefully lack timestamps, the audit concluded that it is mathematically and forensically impossible to link a specific cast ballot back to the individual who cast it. So, crucially, they verified that there is absolute zero data sharing or hardware connection between the identification units and the counting scanners. So finally, regarding the tablet computers used for transmission, the audit confirmed that they confirmed the integrity of our data pipeline. ProVNV certified that the transmission software is read-only in nature. It cannot, under any circumstances, alter the data payloads extracted from the scanners. The tablets maintain an exclusive secure connection strictly to the CC's designated servers, blocking all other network traffic. As a final safeguard, the software is programmed with a cryptographic check that automatically rejects any file that was not genuinely generated by a certified PICOS device, ensuring absolute data authenticity. So, to visualize you how our polling stations are like let's look at the physical environment of a Georgian polling station. Our layout designed to be very transparent. First, voters approach the registration desk where our staff uses the VIU to verify identity through a versatile system that accepts both ID cards and passports. Once verified, the voter moves to the voting booth. This is the decision zone, we call it, a dedicated space where voter informed in absolute secrecy. The final step in the PICO station, by placing the scanner is visible central location, we ensure that the act of casting ballot is both secure and observable. So this special workflow minimizes bottlenecks and ensures that the transition from a human decision to a digital record is seamless and protected. So thank you for your attention. This was my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, Nicholas. I request you to stay with us till the end of the session, where we will take questions from the participants. For the next presentation, we will be joined by Dr. Subodh Sharma and Dr. Nidhi. Dr. Subodh Sharma is an Associate Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, holding the P.K. Gupta Chair Professorship in Privacy and Decentralization. Prior to joining IIT Delhi, he was a research scientist at the University of Oxford. His research focuses on principled software design, implementation, and validation, with applications to large-scale public digital systems including identity frameworks, payment networks, digital health records, electronic voting, and e-governance. He has contributed to analysis of Aadhaar and UPI written in print media and is currently advancing automated reasoning for smart contracts to enable formal and provable contracts audits, significantly influencing the field of automated security analysis. Dr. Sharma is currently working as the academic expert with the state of Haryana for the topic balloting. He will be joined by Dr. Nidhi. She is an associate professor at Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak, Haryana, where she also serves as deputy director at the Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills, an alumna of Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. Dr. Nidhi holds an MBA and a PhD in Human Resources Management. Her teaching portfolio includes postgraduate courses in business communication, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and research methodology. Dr. Nidhi's research interests span human resource management, entrepreneurship, education management, and sustainability. She has published extensively in reputed national and international journals, including ABDC Category A and Q1 rank journals. As a committed academic mentor, she supervises doctoral research with several PhD scholars successfully awarded under her guidance. Uh, Sir, we can start with your presentation now, please.
Subodh sir, we can start your presentation.
Yes. Thanks for this introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here in India International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management. Just give me a second. Let me share. I was for some reason not allowed to share, but I think I should now be able to share. Let me see. Are my slides visible?
Yes.
Okay, I presume it's not in the presentation mode.
Not currently, sir.
Sir, please start presentation for the benefit of viewers on YouTube.
Yeah. So I have started the presentation. I think you should now be able to see this in presentation mode.
Yes, sir.
So the purpose of our presentation is essentially to examine both electronic voting machines, or EVMs, and postal ballots that are used across a wide range of current countries in their national electoral contexts. And that was the purpose of our study. So what we have done is we have classified, in the context of electronic voting machines, we have classified countries into three broad groups. First are those which have a widespread use in conducting their federal elections, such as India, Brazil, and so on and so forth. And the purpose of looking at these EVMs is to extract insights into mature large-scale systems which are extremely robust and have been used for years altogether. The second is the list of countries where there has been a partial or pilot use, which includes countries like Belgium, Indonesia, some states in the United States, and so on and so forth. And third are countries that have actually discontinued the use of EVMs, such as Germany and Netherlands. And it would be important to study these case studies to identify risks which are primarily related to trust, transparency, and legal security. On postal voting, we observe three broad approaches. Some countries restrict postal voting to a specific category of voters. Others allow it on request. A few have adopted almost a near universal system. So as we go forward, we would look at both of these categories. Now, if you look at the if you look at the landscape of international standards, there are rather few standards which already exist, but they are fairly generic in nature. So, for example, EIA 748D, it's a compliance-driven model adopted by the Ministry of Defense in the US. It's highly structured with extremely strict guidelines. It rather ensures and mandates audit-based verification. And this is an approach that emphasizes control and accountability. So it's a bunch of must-dos, right? Then in contrast, you also have an ISO standard which adopts more of a process in a life cycle perspective. It rather allows flexible process-oriented guidance rather than must-dos. So it's very non-prescriptive in nature. EIA for many reasons have been sort of defunct, has discontinued as an agency. It has been replaced by ECIA, which manages ANSI/EIA revisions to already existing EIA standards. But having said that, let me also point out that there is a huge scope for standardization of election voting technology per se. So whatever exists currently is fairly general in nature. And I think countries like India should take a huge lead in the standardization protocols of not just the EVM technology, but the processes surrounding it. So let me now get into the nitty-gritties of what people have been doing in the EVM landscape. This slide roughly captures the first bucket of countries where EVM is used to conduct and orchestrate their federal elections. India has a fully standalone EVM, which is not connected to internet. It has no wireless hardware. And there is a voter verified paper audit trail for verification. So this approach essentially prioritizes simplicity and auditability. Brazil, on the other hand, has got an electronic voting system which is end-to-end verifiable in the sense that it uses advanced cryptography within its EVM. And therefore, software itself is verified through basic cryptographic primitives such as hashing and digital signatures. And the machine's source code is made open, which undergoes public testing. So the focus of Brazil's model of electronic voting is transparency through technical assurance. Then there is Argentina, which combines digital storage with printed ballots, creating a dual voting system so that there is a sync up between the voter verified paper audit trails as well as the electronic records. And there are many other countries in the second bracket which have been piloting and exploring newer technologies. One among them that I would like to touch upon is United States, which has been looking at electronic voting technologies since 1980s. And in the computer science literature, they have provided very advanced end-to-end electronic voting systems, but none of them have been ever used in conducting federal elections. But one thing that stands out, which I'll talk about in the forthcoming slide, is that in United States, they are a big proponent of something called as risk limiting audits, which essentially is a post-election verification exercise of doing statistical audits, which is dynamic in nature. So something interesting is happening there. And if time permits me, I'll be happy to either go through those contents or take questions on that. All right, so this is essentially a slide that captures in detail what are the trust, transparency, security, integrity, design strength, operational resilience of the electronic voting machine technologies that have been used in countries who are conducting federal elections through such devices. The time does not permit me to go into each one of them. But I think we all know what is happening in India. I could very well speak about that, but let me touch very quickly upon what's happening in Brazil. Brazil uses an end-to-end verifiable voting system using this advanced cryptography. and therefore it provides very interesting guarantees on individual and public verifiability. Much of these guarantees in the Indian EVM system are provided through extremely robust and well thought out processes around the electronic voting process, electronic voting step. This is yet another slide that captures. I'm sorry, time will not permit me to go into it, except that I would want to touch upon some of the cases that United States have been in particular talking about, which is risk limiting audits, and how do you essentially make sure that for a hotly contested election, your risk limiting audit gives you statistical guarantees that are commensurate with the winning margins. And I think that is an extremely subtle and important point to take into account. So finally, that bracket which has actually gone back from EVMs to postal ballots, countries like Netherlands, Norway, Germany, Finland, and others. And primarily, some of the countries have gone back because they were using older DRE systems and they were not able to instill enough trust in their electorate regarding these machines. Countries like Germany and others, their top constitutional courts have essentially spoken about the fact that until unless the agency of the voter remains intact, no electronic technology can be introduced in the voting process. So that's binding for them, and that's why they had to go back. There were constitutional and legal concerns. There are some countries which are piloting with internet voting. My expert view on internet voting, my personal expert view on internet voting is for countries such as large and as complex in India, internet voting is not a possibility because there is no way under which guarantees against coercive voting can be provided under internet voting. So and therefore you see in many countries where federal elections are indeed conducted via electronic voting, they are always cut off from internet. So while it's a great academic exercise to think about internet voting, I think general elections cannot be conducted through internet voting. So that was that. Let me now give, I think, just a clarion call in many ways. In going forward, what do we have to do? I think the global way forward is stronger global standards, very specific global standards around EVM, very focused and intense EMB collaboration between various countries. And a case in point would be India and Brazil collaborating on exchanging points and notes on their experiences with EVMs, because the nature of EVMs is very different in India and in Brazil. And of course, capacity building, which I think is already well spoken about and have enough emphasis on. So with that, let me yield the floor to Professor Nidhi, who would be talking about posting postal ballots.
Thank you, Professor Subodh. So I'll be talking about postal balloting in India. Postal balloting, and we have basically classified postal balloting till now in two major categories, that is countries allowing postal balloting within the country and outside the country. So I'm going to talk about countries allowing in-country postal voting can be further bifurcated into two categories, that is for all voters and for some voters. For all voters or the universal voters, the purpose of having postal voting is usually, or rather I should say, it emphasizes on accessibility, voter convenience, and participation. On contrast, many countries restrict postal voting to specific category of voters, such as service voters, elderly, or people with disabilities. So these countries like India, Australia, France follow control or eligibility-based postal voting system to ensure that it balances access with risks like coercion, fraud, and administrative complexities. The On the other hand, we can see that the universal access allows controlled eligibility depending on the country context and risk management practices prevalent in that particular country. Moving on to the next slide. Yes. So next, we have what we have done is we have divided 5 distinct categories based on access and design. So the first category, which is restricted or special, only limited number of people can vote using postal ballot. We have selected 8 countries, that is South Africa, Fiji, New Zealand, India, Japan, Pakistan, and Zimbabwe, and we'll be writing case studies on these particular countries. Likewise, we move on to absentee voters. We have selected 4 categories of we have selected 4 countries, namely Spain, UK, Australia, and USA. So here, in these countries, a person is only allowed to vote, or it is a special voting arrangement for absentee voting. That is, if someone is going to be absent on the day of voting, is allowed to vote using postal ballot. The third category, which is the universal voting, which is the in which everybody is allowed to vote using postal ballot, include the countries that we have selected are Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. The fourth category, which is overseas voting allowed for the voters, that is external voting arrangements, that is outside the country, which allow their voters to vote outside the country. It could be people on diplomatic missions, it could be people working abroad on various international missions. So countries like France, South Korea, Netherlands, Greenland are the countries that we have selected for this category. And the final category that we have defined as hybrid or special arrangements, and the country selected is Canada. So overall, it may be said that postal ballot systems vary widely, but all aim to balance accessibility, security, and administrative feasibility based on national context, that is the local population and the national context. Moving on. So here I'm going to highlight how India has been ensuring inclusion of diversity and equal representation of all the voters using postal ballots in India. India by default has EVM as its mode, as the way of voting in India. However, there are special provisions made just to ensure inclusiveness of every voter. There is a category of voters who are eligible to vote using postal ballot. The category of voters who can vote using postal ballot in India are service voters, government servants who are on election duty, persons with disabilities, senior citizens over the age of 85 years of age, and COVID-19 patients. So it's a 5-step process wherein the voter applies to vote using postal voting, using postal ballot. So in such cases where the individual applies to vote, the officer, the person has to verify from the election, the representative from the election commission, verifies that the voter is actually eligible to vote or not using postal ballot to ensure that only the right candidate votes using postal ballot, and EVM should be used as the first mode of voting rather than, or the first way of voting rather than postal ballot. So it's a 5-step process wherein we have 22 scheduled languages in which the person can vote, ensuring accessibility and informed participation across diverse population. A quick snapshot of the data of 2024 general elections. We see that around 2.8 million people applied for postal ballot. That is, the applications were received, out of which only 2.6 million postal ballots were issued, and 2.3 were approximately were received. And we see very closely that in Indian way of calculation, it's like in Indian numeric system, it is 23,42,000 people voted, and their votes were counted, and which is quite a great number. So it shows that even people who are posted like armed forces people or people on various missions were able to vote using the postal ballot, ensuring that no voter is left behind. Moving on. So we have classified different various best practices. The practices based on strong voter identification, double envelope system, early dispatch of ballots. So these classification of best practices are based on the national the requirement of the people, of the voters of that particular country. So we have identified these practices. We have described them, that what makes it as a best practice, and we have enlisted a few countries from each of these categories to ensure that there's a equal representation of global data across the different categories. Moving on to the last slide. This is again a list of best practices where we fall in, let's say, I'll just elaborate the category 3, which is hybrid or digital postal balloting system, which is used in India. Here it is made sure in India that the postal ballot is transmitted electronically, ensuring speed at the same time, it is not compromising on auditability. So we in India have been making sure that every voter is included, and the spirit of having postal voting in the system is basically to include everyone and encourage every voter to vote. So every vote counts. Moving on to the roadmap ahead, I'll just quickly say that we have been working on case studies. Instead of working on quantitative data, we are working on qualitative data. We are focusing on benchmarks or best practices of different countries, and also highlighting how India has been able to cater to such a large number of voters in India. So that's it. Thank you for your for your patience and listening part of the conference, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi, and thank you, Dr. Sharma. Your presentation was insightful. I request you to stay till the end for Q&A. Now, as the next speaker, we have Dr. Sanjay Kumar Batish. He is a distinguished academician and technology leader with over 30 years of experience across industry and higher education. He currently serves as the head of the Computer Center at Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh, where he oversees IT infrastructure, digital systems, and key institutional operations. He also holds important administrative roles, including Associate Dean and Vice Chairman Admissions. He holds a PhD in computer engineering along with degrees in electronics and communication engineering. His research interests include Internet of Things, computer networks, wireless security, and vehicular ad hoc networks. Dr. Batish has been actively involved in multiple government-funded research projects and has published extensively in reputed journals and conferences. In addition to his academic contributions, he has prior industry experience in IT and telecommunications and has served as nodal officer for the Chandigarh administration, contributing to election management and training. He has received several recognitions, including the Commendation Award by the Chandigarh administration, reflecting his commitment to excellence in academia and public service. I welcome you to the podium, sir.
Thanks for the introduction. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. First of all, thank you very much to IIIDEM for giving us the opportunity to give the presentation on this International Symposium on the Democracy and Election Management. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Our thematic area is the EVM, that is the best practices is to be taken up for the EVM. the innovation on the EVM. On the dais, I extend my warm welcome to the international expert delegates as well as the national expert delegates. Honorable representative from the Georgia IMB, Nicholas, respected academic experts, Dr. Subodh, Dr. Nidhi, Dr. Aparna, Professor Rajesh, and Professor Priya, Mr. Anil Salgota ji, Joint CEO Jammu, Kapil Sharma ji, the domain experts, my all colleagues sitting over here, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Chief Electoral Office Chandigarh, I, Dr. Sanjay Batish, as a Nodal Officer EVM and the academic expert, will give you a presentation on the global best practices and innovation in the EVMs. Next. Now, when we just go to the introduction, what the democracy means, that is, the elections are the foundation of the democratic legitimacy and the governance. So, if you can see easily, the EVM plays a very important role. When we do this study, when we have done this research on the EVM, we have done the research for 55 countries. We have taken out the data from the idea. There are 128 countries data is available. And from the 128 countries, we have scanned those countries and found that there are 55 countries who are using the EVM. And we have scanned those countries. We have got the citations from the primary sources, and we tried to collect the data about the EVM. We found that the EVM plays a very important and vital role for conducting the elections. It reduced the human errors, which was there earlier in the manual process. The delay process is there, that has been completely vanished. So this enhanced the efficiency, accuracy, and the speed in the EVM. So we found that for the large scale of democracy, the EVM plays a very important role. For the complex electoral systems, EVM plays an important role. The high frequency elections to conduct, the EVM is the best thing to be there for conducting the elections. Only what the global concern is the trust, transparency, and the security issues. When we gone through the result and the whole study of the 55 countries, we found trust, transparency, and security concern is the most important thing. So through our study, what we found, the diverse global approach is there. No universal model is there. No universal model. So the overview of the thematic work on the EVM best practices is, we have done the structural evidence-based approach is being taken up to identify the best practices of the EVM. Our objective is, that is to cover up the entire EVM life cycle, design, deployment, polling, counting, audit. Key research focus, we have done how the EMBs addresses the transparency, security, scalability. Then methodological approach, we have taken up the global evidence mapping, comparative case studies, literature review, and stakeholders consultation. Here I just want to give you the feedback that the consultation stakeholders means we have contacted the stakeholders from the idea. We have contacted Peter Wolf, who is the principal advisor. We have shown these reports to the idea. I'm very much thankful to them. They have given us very good feedback. Then I have in touch with the ECI, Madhusudan Gupta ji. I'm very much thankful to Madhu Gupta sir. About the EVM, he's taking care about the EVM of India. So I have shared my report with them. I'm very much thankful to Sudhakar Rao ji. He's an international EVM expert. He is from Bell. So I have, in fact, consulted with these stakeholders during our framing the reports and finding out the EVM best practices. Of course, the institutional engagement is there. There should be a collaboration with the EMBs, technical experts are there, academic institutions should be there, involvement should be there. That is for framing those things for conducting the elections. So we have done the literature review divided into 4 parts. The first one is the comprehensive global evidence collection. We have collected the data of their reports, some decisions, audits. We have collected everything. Then we have done the analysis of all the reports. We have analyzed all the reports of 55 countries. Then we have taken up risk and challenges we have taken up, and that has been mapped there for the reports, for framing the reports. And then we found there are 6 best practices are there for the EVM, which has been used by different countries. So this is the landscape of 55 countries. If you can see, 36 countries are active in using the EVM. 36 countries are active in using the EVM. 16 countries, they have abandoned or discarded the EVM due to trust, transparency and legal issues. 3 countries have suspended their EVM due to some reasons like trust, then they started again. Then again they suspended. So 3 countries, they have suspended. One country is the Ukraine. The war is going on. They have suspended. The other 2 countries, Nepal and one more country is there, they have suspended due to some issues with them. That is the transparency and trust issues. Now if you see from our research, the global e-voting technology is used by different countries. So there are 20 countries which are using e-voting. Now you can see the technology what they have used. The 8 countries are using the hybrid EVM. Hybrid means the hardware plus the printer, the paper. We used to call hybrid. In fact, we have a discussion with the idea people, the experts, they are there. They said, please hybrid model, write the hybrid model, paper plus hardware. You cannot say the other things can be as a hybrid model. So we did this thing, as we have shown to them. So in India, we are using the EVM plus paper audit, and other countries you can just see that they are also using the hybrid model with some audit trail, either a pictorial view or a paper view. The other 9 countries you can see, they use the OMR, OCR scanner based optical scan paper mechanism, right? As the first author, from the Georgia, they have informed they are doing the optical scan with a very secure model. The software is very secure and everything. So Georgia is there, they have done optical scan biometric verifications. Same, USA do the same thing, but with the verification is there. Either some QR code is to be generated or the digital display is generated to verify the voters that the vote is done correctly. So this is a very important thing to verify each and every one. Now the 3 countries, they are using EVM or DRE, direct recording electronic machine. So like Brazil, what Brazil is doing, they have their own software. They put this software in the public domain and they tell everyone, come and do ethical hacking. Ethical hacking means a positive thing. Do ethical hacking, and if nobody can hack that software can be introduced for the elections. That is to be certified by the agencies. So they are doing such practices. Even India, we have done twice ethical hacking. 2009, 2017. We invited all experts to come and just hack our machine. Same India, we do the same thing. So these are 20 countries. Then other countries are using the internet technology, the internet voting. The best part is to start internet voting. As one of the experts said, it's very difficult to, in India, we can use the internet voting due to various reasons, and some states don't have the strong, you can say the digital platforms. So these countries, first they have create a faith in the public with the digital platforms. India has now started, we have doing Paytm payment and all that. Now we have a trust in our system. We are doing it, but in not all states. But they created a trust in the digital platform. Then they started this internet voting. And in internet voting, there is a two-way authentication, verification. We do banking. We have a face recognition, or the biometric, or the thumb impression is there, or some biometric system is there. Now we started all these things, but their internet voting is very safe. We have gone through the study. These are 9 countries doing this, and there are 7 countries doing partial systems they have started. Like only for entering into the voting session, they use the biometric, face recognition, and some are using for the counting process. They count only the votes and just tabulate it. So these are 36 countries doing all using the EVMs, and 3 countries who have given the special status. One is Australia, Ukraine, and Nepal. They have suspended. So 36 plus 3, 39 countries are using EVM. 16 countries have discarded, abandoned their EVM due to the no trust, no legal thing backup, and hacking. Everything is no transparency. So these are some issues that they have stopped. Those using the EVM, they face the core challenges in the electronic voting machine. First is the transparency, second is the public trust, third one is the cyber security, fourth one is the legal institutional constraint. These are main core challenges. Those who are using EVM, they have done all these things. But those who are facing, these are challenges. So during our research, during preparing the report, we prepared the architecture for the trust. Now just go through this. We have a EVM in the center to be covered by the voter verifier so that the voter can gain a trust. You have to gain a trust with the voters, right? Then a legal framework. Some mechanism should be there that the system is safe. Then the fourth layer is the public transparency and the engagement, in which India are doing. Since I am a nodal officer EVM, we do everything. We engaged everyone. Political parties and public. Come and see what we are doing during the FLC, during the randomization, and during the commissioning of the machines. And we keep records and get it signed for each and every person. We do mock polls. We conduct many things. So this is the trust you have to gain, and this is the architecture we prepared for this. This is as per our study, the first best practice is we should have a strong legal institutional framework. This is the first best practice if you want to adopt an EVM. So from our study, we found that legal authorization should be there. Standard operating procedures like SOPs, we have defined. Some other countries, they have defined SOPs. One is given the full responsibility, and this SOPs has defined at every step so that they should be capable of doing everything in a proper manner. Then institutional oversight, that is role of EMBs should be there, and the multi-layer monitoring system should be introduced in this. Plus the judicial backup. So this is the most important, the first best practice. The second one, these are the examples. I'll not go through into the details. If you see, Supreme Court has given the directions to use VVPAT in 2013. If you see, our Representation of People Act 1951 has been amended in 1961. So we have a legal framework. We have our governing bodies, the ECI, and we get all permissions and all this through our Supreme Court, the legal. Then these other countries, they have the legal backup. The second best practices is the end-to-end audit verifiability. I'll not go into the detail. If you just see, India is using VVPAT. The Brazil is using the display. If you cast a vote, the display will show you that the vote has been casted, and you can verify this. So this creates a trust. The Estonia, using the internet technology, they using the QR code. They have their own app. Election Commission of Estonia Election Commission have their own app. That app is to be downloaded by the voters, and the QR code can be scanned from the screen, and then they can verify, yes, I have done this vote correctly. So this is a verifiable audit trail they have started. In US, they have a scanner. When you put this optical scan, it scans and it will show you the vote has been successfully casted to this. So this is most important best practices is to be opted up. That is to gain the trust. You have this audibility. Third one is the independent certifications. Of course, at each and every time you have to do the certifications. Pre-election certification is there. Security certifications, stress test certifications. I have personally visited Bell, the manufacturing unit. I was given the permission by the Election Commission of India to go and visit the Bell. In fact, our colleague is there. We went there and we have seen each and everything. Very secure design, very secure system. All tests have been done. Thermal test, radiation test, right? Vibration test for the machines. And this test is conducted by third party, not by the Bell. So these certifications are very important. Independent bodies to be taken up for conducting such tests. So this is one of the best practices we have covered up. The fourth one is the transparency. Engagement of stakeholders. I told you that during the elections, we engaged each and everyone, every party person. We do FLC, we give the record to the political parties. We do randomization, we give political parties the whole data. That these machines are going to which polling stations. Randomization is done online in front of public. So engagement is very important so that a trust can be generated. So this is the fourth best practices. The fifth one is very important, is the secure design. Secure design and system isolation. So we have a standalone system in 36 nations, which those countries are using EVM, they have a standalone machines. Then firmware is totally protected so that nobody can tamper the machines. And it is a one-time programmable chip. In India we have, which I have seen that. Since background is my electronics, I have done surface mounting technologies, I have learned everything, I have done all that. I have seen that. It's very tough. Then the third one is the hardware level security. So tampering is next to impossible. The cables which we are using from control unit to ballot to VVPAT, they have been certified and tested. No normal cable can be connected. Access control mechanism, a 3-layer system is there, should be there to cover up those things. So secure design, I'll just say about India that we have standalone machine, we have strong manual authentication capability, we have unauthorized access detection model. IIIDEM is there in our control unit. Somebody tries to do anything else with the machine, it will automatically reset. It is an automated system, purely. I have seen everything is there. Then there is a automated self-diagnostic tool is there in our EVM, that control unit. It checks everything. Whatever you have connected, it checks, it tells you the machine is okay or not through inside tool. Then there is a most advanced encrypted technique. That means when you cast a vote, the vote is not go purely in a simple way. It is encrypted dynamically every time. That's why it is certified. Then no frequency, nothing else. I have seen and everybody has seen. There is no frequency wave, no USB, no wireless, no infrared, nothing else. It is a simple calculator. I can say our Indian EVM is a simple calculator. It only calculates. You just add on votes, it will calculate. There are many others. Then I'll skip this Indian EVM secure design, okay. Other example of the secure designs we have taken up is The Philippines, Brazil, US, Estonia, they have a very secure design. I will not go through into the details since he's telling me its time is there. It's very limited time. But it's very interesting stories are there. Of Philippines, Estonia. Philippines, they are doing two-way communications to store their data. Two-way. They have satellite transmissions. Secure transmissions is there. Brazil, I told you, shared you that public software is there. They do everything safely. Ethical hacking can be done. USA use optical scan system, very safe. And Estonia, I-voting. These are the two countries using the mobile apps. One is the Oman, the other one is the UAE. They use the kiosk system. So see, only the difference is they don't have any verify audit. This can be done through the logs, through the software, by cryptographic techniques. That thing is there, but they have a trust gain in the public. The last one is the robust operational protocol is the best practices. This is number 6. It should be a secure storage, procedures should be adopted up, chain of the custody should be there, and result management handling some defined things to be there. So if you see, we have shifted from the old paradigm to the new paradigm. New concept opted for the EVMs. So countries that discontinued, only 2-3 minutes, discontinued due to certain reasons, you can just see like some technical issues, some security issues, some trust issues, some legal issues. So these are some issues that they have discontinued their technology. So these are the 16 countries. The reason is written very clearly here. If you can go through, there's security, public, transparency, trust, strict reliability, low trust, even the lack of transparency, user interface, technical failures. These are reasons behind this who started EVMs but get failed and they have discontinued. So these 16 countries are there, they have discontinued this. So the takeaways, the best part is you have to gain the trust. Technology must align with the trust. The transparency should be there, the audibility should be there, and way forward is strengthening our global standards, enhance the EMB collaborations, and capacity building and training. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, sir, and I'm really sorry to interrupt. And I request upcoming presenters also to keep it tight and crisp. So now we'll move to our next speaker, Dr. Aparna Malavia. Dr. Aparna is an academic and researcher affiliated with Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi, where her teaching and research engage with questions of development, displacement, and public policy. Trained as an anthropologist, her scholarship lies at the intersection of refugee and migration studies, development studies, and policy-oriented research. Her work examines issues of displacement, borders, humanitarian governance, and refugee livelihoods within South migration contexts and post-colonial political economies. Methodologically, she uses ethnography to address both academic debates and contemporary challenges. She was a Nehru Fulbright postdoctoral fellow at the University of California, Davis, where she pursued interdisciplinary research and engaged in global scholarly collaborations. Dr. Malavia received her PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Please take the podium, ma'am.
Thank you, Rohan. And as I have been strictly advised not to cross the limit, let me see how discipline, how much of that discipline, I can bring in through my presentation. Thank you so much for your invite, and thank you so much And first of all, I think before thanking, I should be, I am feeling privileged, honor, and very happy to be amongst the presenters. So let me just, tell in Hindi. So I will be telling just what is based on Kagad Lekhi, and most of the experts, especially Dr. Sharma and Professor Batas, right? So they have been presenting here what is Aankhan Dekhi, right? So, and I think that as my my training in ethnography, anthropology is, we must give importance to, we must give respect to, we must be very, very sensible to the individual dignities, right? When we are talking about trust, best practices. So I'm again welcoming my the international colleagues that are here in the panel online. So let me again, and this is, I guess, the first time, no, the second time I will be using this. So let me just allow to continue this presentation with one misra from Zauq's Shairi. So he says, it's a long shair. So one misra is very, very relevant for all of us. It says, बजा कहे जिसे आलम उसे बजा समझो, ज़बान खल्क को नक्कारे खुदा समझो. This is often and often I also actually deliver when I am telling something about any lecture on democracies. So again, going into detailing my job, from the team of the CEO Himachal Pradesh. Because of my affiliation with IIT Mandi, sir, I was supposed to look into the best practices of ballot vis-a-vis the focus on technology. So how technology can help, or my question was, can technology help? If technology helps, what are the limitations, what are the possibilities maybe, and what are the challenges? So from that perspective, allow me to present whatever little bit of research I was able to do as a team. So identification of indicators of best practices was the first challenge, and it was kind of a global mapping across the world. My colleagues, friends across the board, they have been bringing their own perspectives. The team in Haryana, sir has given his own very, very intensive research on EVMs, right? And then his experience, I think he's yet to deliver his vast experience in Bihar. I would love to, hear him, whether through the presentation or after that. So best practices, so identifying the indicators, how to find that indicator. So of course, we were just entirely dependent on the diverse, very, very good but huge data set which is available through IDEA. And how to establish best practices. So the goal to identify best practices, what I realized that what makes a practice best? How can I decide for any country? For example, so even if superficially, just if we just if you visualize the global map, we have Asia. Can we really come up with a best practice for Asia? Within Asia, there is Southeast Asia, the Middle East, West Asia, and South Asia. Within South Asia, can we really come up something that is best, or that is suitable for us and our very friendly neighbors around us? And then if we just extrapolate, can we just extrapolate one suitable practice, one practice that might have been very successful, or in a limited sense, to some extent successful in a particular domain? Can we really take it as a blueprint and paste it somewhere else? So that is yet a challenge, but we are trying our best to come up with certain, mapping certain global best practices. That was the task. So while reading the data, while analyzing the data that deals with ballot. So ballot is actually a process. It starts with registration and verification and then voting, polling, and then counting and results. So it's just not ballot itself. It's a procedure. Millions of people across the world are involved in this in these practices. So as I said, that the focus during this analysis was the voter, was the political subject. And when we are deciding, so what are going to be the best practices, time, tangibility, transparency, and trust is very important. Of course, why would a voter in general would find, that this so-and-so practice is best? Time, smoothness, ease at ballot. But beyond that and before that, trust, as my colleague was also kind of sharing, trust is very important. Does the voter has trust in your EVM? Does the voter has trust in digital voting? Does the voter has trust in your OMR sheets? And can we really bring maybe a combination of many of the available practices in a particular socio-political and cultural domain? So time, tangibility, transparency, and trust is very important. So our job was, so what I have done, I have a very small team, and and I'm doing entirely different based on these practices with two of my very sweet BTech students, which is kind of developing an algorithm for generating some kind of because everybody was expecting me to do something related with artificial intelligence. So but what I will be presenting is an entirely different research which was just focused on best practices. So how I was started, yeah, I think I have already, so electronic, so I have tried to kind of across continents, the data is, there's a huge data which is available for all these indicators, for electronic ballot printers, internet voting, DRE, and we in India say it like electronic voting machine, and optical mark recognition. I have tried to, so how I should be deciding that this is so, this practice can be, can be indicated to be a best practice. So the first correlation, and I would really like, my colleagues to suggest me one. So I have identified two kind of an output. So there are inputs, right? There are variables. So how can I or someone else should be measuring that yes, so and so input variables are giving us trustworthy or maybe positive output. So one is voter percentage. I will come that I do have problem in this output also, right? But let's see if we just try to see that what kind of technology, digital, online, electronic voting, right, OMR sheets, are they resulting in, wherever they are used in different continents, across continents in different countries, in whether is it universally applicable or is it partially applicable? Are they translating into a voting percentage? And so this is the result. So this, I have to say that we are actually also doing time series, but this data is just pertaining to the very recent data, because why I have decided to bring in this data before you for this this kind of an exercise, because 2024, year 2024 was declared as a election year, because almost more than 70 to 80 countries across the world, they have entered into elections that day. So हम भी गए थे और ट्रम्प साहब भी गए थे वोटिंग के लिए. So that year was actually decided as a universal year for elections. So that is why we decided ki okay, just we have to see the picture through the very recent available data, because 2005 it was a very patchy scenario for technology, the implementation or adoption, or maybe the ease of countries to adopt particular technologies. right? So 2005, 2010, 15, and now 2024. So this data is very recent. Voting percentage, if e-voting is, yes. Can you just, can I? Okay. So I should have written, I mean, so where you can see where e-voting is currently is being used. Yes, this slide. Can you see that? Yes. No. They can't see this slide. No. Can you see now? So I'm sorry if those digits is whatever is like alphabet is not visible to you. I'm sorry for the font size. So what is this? This is actually based on the recent until 2021 year. This is the voting percentage again given by this voting percentage again available in the IDEA website, and this is how many percentage. So if we are looking into percentage, that's a huge thing, but individually, you know, objectively, if you numerically the actual number of countries going for particular technology, for example, if we see where digital voter registration kits / computers online connections are available, there are how many countries are there? Almost 67.8 countries. I mean, amongst like wherever democracies, you know, the first point is there a democracy, and then the second is like, are they using these kind of technology? So out of those available countries, this much of percentage of countries was going for this particular technology, which is digital voter. What was the corresponding voter turnout? That was somewhere between 60 to 70. Yes. So this is yes. So is this a type of biometric? No. So type of biometric data captured and used during registration. Now, is this result giving us something to substantially talk that we can really decisively say that biometrics as a technology in whatever limitation is being currently is being in use, is it really resulting in wonderful result in terms of voters' participation and their trust? The result is that it's a very dicey thing to decisively say, because the other variable against which I am kind of looking, you know, to correlate it with the trust of voters and technology is also another data, and I am not showing the result for that data, is the global digital index for, you know, globally, which was actually made by China. So I was so there also, if we see that data, so what is the voter participation according to the digital index? So digitally countries have been indexed. We are falling somewhere between 40 and 50, right? So digital index mein India is somewhere 40-50. Finland is of course at the highest pedestal, and Finland, US, Canada, Australia, they are somewhere within 10. However, all these countries are responding very differently to different technologies. For example, verification technologies are a complete, for example, as use of biometric data. for verification is a complete no for most of the Western European countries, especially major. So I mean, you will see that this technology is not being used. Then if we just look at that data with the voter participation, similarly urban-rural divide, right? And very interesting findings are there when we are looking at these data in terms of all 50 plus states of the United States of America, right? So of course there's a diversity distinction in terms of each state's using and saying yes for a particular technology. There's law also varies, the AI and information technology related law, that also varies. But the problem is that the 4 dimensions of best practices, the 4 ethical dimensions of deciding that this practice should be declared as the best practice is time, trust, tangibility. So tangibility is also very important, and trustworthiness. So how we can bring in my me and my very small team is trying to kind of trying to bring in all these 4 T's and bringing in our research that how those 4 T's, this trust, trustworthiness, and time and tangibility can be established and can be associated with available technologies for voting across the world. Learning and also what we can learn. So for example, one thing is that we do use, last presentation, maybe last to last presentation, there was that we do use postal ballot. But yes, I was also actually conducting a very small survey just to know 4-5 questions for our own research. So we are still not able to address this challenge of migration. So we have a huge population who are both permanent migrants or seasonal migrants. So we have to think in those directions. So yeah, there I think India as a country has a lot of scope to learn. So there best practices of what are the practices that are available as an alternative of polling day ballot, and then there's a immense possibility. So postal ballot, e-voting, early voting, mobile ballot box voting, proxy voting. So this, at least especially these 2, early voting is very minuscule percentage, and I think very numerically very few countries are actually allowing early voting. Mobile ballot and proxy voting, if not proxy voting, mobile ballot can, so I'll just show you the data. This is also taken by the IDEA website. So 6% countries are, as an alternative practice, are allowing early voting. Mobile ballot boxes, it's a very interesting actually technology, so to say, a legalized kind of a process which allows, which gives scope for more inclusiveness. So mobile ballot boxes and postal voting. So wherever democracies have been stabilized, where there is actually so to say a more trustworthy legal system, an established electoral management system, that's very important. Established trustworthy electoral management system, that is very important. And that is why I really want to congratulate, because my students have come up, then Bihar has actually done a kind of a pilot thing, and they have successfully in their panchayat elections, although it was in a limited, sorry, just correct me if I'm wrong, but in a very very limited, they have given that technology a very limited exposure. It was kind of a pilot, but that was something to look forward to. So if that panchayat election is a very grassroots level of democracy, and that is also coming from a state which has always participated in democracy in a very, very vibrant manner. So mobile ballot boxes, postal ballot voting, I think as an alternative voting arrangements can be a can be a scope for a possibility for going forward, because there I see a lot of gap if we incorporate rather than. So this is actually a two phases. One is main ballot technologies, one is alternative. So if we just through adopting to different alternative ways of doing ballot, we can become more inclusive, we can give a width and breadth to our democratic exercise. Yeah, that's it. That's just the data of special different technologies, different schemes for alternative votings. So this is early voting around the world. Yeah, thank you. If there is any question for me. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Rohan.
Thank you, ma'am. Now for the next presentation, we will be joined by two professors from IIM Calcutta. Priya Sitaraman is a professor in the Management Information System Group at IIM Calcutta. Her areas of research interests include e-governance, information technology for development, digital strategy, technology governance, and digital transformation. More recently, she has also been working on understanding the nuances of healthcare systems and smart cities. Her work has appeared in leading academic journals in the area of information system. She recently completed her term as the editor-in-chief of this season, the IIM Calcutta Springer Journal. She will be joined by Rajesh Bhattacharya, who is professor in the Public Policy and Management Group at IIM Calcutta. He studied economics at Presidency College and the University of Calcutta and obtained his PhD in economics from the University of Massachusetts, USA. His research work has focused on the unorganized informal sector of the economy and critical analysis of public policies related to property rights, migration, malnutrition, education, welfare, urban issues, etc. He has co-edited a book titled Urban Housing, Livelihoods and Environmental Challenges in Emerging Economies and published research papers in esteemed journals. He has co-authored a research study on state finances of West Bengal for Niti Aayog. Professors, you may start with the presentation now.
Good afternoon. Just a quick check with the video and the slides. Are they visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here. It's interesting to see so many perspectives on issues related to the theme of the conference and the symposium as well. Let me start with a very simple idea. Something all of us here deeply believe in, that voting should be as easy as possible, but not easier than it should be, and accessible in ways that work for voters with different needs, whether due to mobility constraints, whether due to visual impairment, or simply life circumstances itself. The code on the slide captures this beautifully, enabling every voter to exercise their right with the least inconvenience, but within the legal framework. Now, if you think of conventional voting as the gold standard, it rests on 4 pillars. Many of our speakers today have already talked about these: independence, a controlled environment, election day voting, and immediate finality, which means no post-cast validation is required. In a way, this is like a perfectly designed process, a situation which represents high control and high integrity, but not always very flexible. So what happens when reality interferes with this well-oiled machine, right? People move. People travel across the country. They serve the country in different capacities, in different places. They migrate. Some of them fall sick, unfortunately. So special voting arrangements, as some of our previous speakers already mentioned, emerge precisely by relaxing some of these constraints. They help us deal with mobility, they help us deal with crisis, but most importantly, they help us fulfill our responsibility towards inclusion itself. To give you a couple of examples, during COVID, countries like South Korea and New Zealand expanded their early voting opportunities significantly. Countries with high mobility, like Dr. Aparna already mentioned, like the USA or the Canada, they rely heavily on absentee and early voting. So SVAs often emerge when this reality becomes too complex for a single day voting model. So if conventional voting is the gold standard, SVAs are perhaps like the engineering solutions, practical, adaptive, although frankly sometimes a little messy, risky, but all the same, very flexible. Over the last month or so since Professor Bhattacharya and I started working on this project, we quickly realized that SVAs are, how do we put it, wonderfully confusing because different countries use different terms, absentee, advance, mobile, postal, and sometimes the same term means different things in different contexts. For instance, if we look at global context today, in the US, absentee voting means postal voting, where the voter has to request for a ballot. Even within the US, some states offer vote by mail, where ballots are sent to all registered voters. In Finland, on the other hand, early voting or advance voting means casting a vote before the election day during a defined period. No reason is required. Voters can choose any designated early voting location, including abroad. And as some of our speakers today mentioned, in Australia, for instance, we observe early voting, we observe postal voting, we have also seen mobile polling teams, all of them exist at the same time. In fact, yesterday, Professor Majumdar from Tripura had explained to us how we cannot assume that one common design of an integrated platform that works in all countries is even possible. He pointed out to us that Estonia and India are not the same. In other words, countries differ in their scale, the trust models, the legal frameworks. Again, some of the speakers today mentioned that as well. In the same tone, we should also remember that each country refers to different SVAs and how they define it would also be different. So, without getting lost in terminology, we decided to focus on 4 dimensions: who benefits, how the process works, when does voting happen, and how are ballots actually validated. So a slightly academic way of saying this would be, let's compare apples and apples, even if the countries insist on calling them mangoes. For the purpose of this project, we have by and large retained the descriptions of each SVA that the IDEA handbook on special voting arrangement provides us. Right? Very quickly, I will just take you through the difference in the EMB perspective and the voter perspective. The EMB perspective is that SVAs are fundamentally about trade-offs. For instance, one trade-off is increasing turnout versus ensuring deliberation. So the other trade-off would be convenience versus integrity. And of course, there is this cost, effort, risk trade-off that all EMBs would experience. There's no free lunch here. Every additional convenience that we introduce brings in a layer of complexity. But what makes this even more challenging is that these trade-offs are not static. They shift depending upon the context, and they play out differently in different countries. For instance, we have been talking about Estonia so often. Estonia has embraced I-voting, internet voting. It maximizes convenience, but it requires significant digital trust. India, on the other hand, has traditionally prioritized controlled environments, even if it means limiting flexibility to some extent. But gradually, we have also started accommodating alternatives. The voter's perspective, on the other hand, is refreshingly simple because voters prioritize convenience, access, and participation. In New Zealand, Canada, and Sweden, for example, early voting is very popular because it reduces the congestion, it reduces the waiting time, convenience goes up. In the US, for instance, many voters prefer mail-in ballots because it is more flexible. Access here could mean a variety of things, whether, for instance, someone is managing time constraints, they have mobility limitations, they have sensory challenges like visual impairment, which is also why SVAs are often judged not by how elegant they are, but rather whether they are actually allow someone to vote and that someone is possibly a person who otherwise could not vote. In that sense, the voter's lens keeps us fairly honest. So what have we done? We have tried to put the different SVAs that different countries use into a simple 2x2 grid, where what you see here is trying to make sense of an otherwise messy space. On one axis, where does voting happen? Does it happen in a controlled environment, like a polling station, or in an uncontrolled environment, like a home or a remote setting? And on the other axis, we have when does voting happen? Does it happen on election day? Does it happen on any other day? So this 2x2 grid gives us 4 different quadrants. The quadrants are numbered for convenience. The top left quadrant, controlled election day. This is the closest to conventional voting. Assisted voting, mobile ballot boxes, special polling stations. You move the booth closer to the voter, but we keep the control intact. India's home balloting, which is extremely popular, a very large number of people actually use home balloting, particularly senior citizens, or the mobile ballot boxes in France, both of which are good examples of quadrant 1. The top right quadrant, controlled not on election day, which is early voting, advanced polling, same control but more flexibility in timing. Like we talked about Canada, Finland, Australia, all of them are good examples for quadrant 2. The bottom left is uncontrolled election day, proxy voting. Here the control shifts from the system to an individual. You are allowing somebody else to vote in your name, so that's proxy voting. Bottom right is the postal, the online, the telephone voting. Many of the speakers today already mentioned extensively about postal voting, where there is maximum flexibility and therefore accompanied by maximum governance challenge. So if I may put it slightly provocatively, as you move from the top left to the bottom right, we are essentially trading control for convenience. That in one picture captures the entire dilemma of special voting arrangements. Our objective in our research project is not just to design the perfect SVA, because that probably doesn't exist, as many speakers already pointed out, but rather to document what is being done across countries, compare the practices, understand how it works, and through that, we also pay closer attention to the administrative processes, the technology, the chain of custody, and the safeguards that come with it. Part of this is also to look at who are the beneficiaries, whom can we benefit from special voting arrangements, and that includes a range of people. Dr. Sharma and Dr. Nidhi already talked about some of this. And one of the most striking things is the diversity of these beneficiaries. For instance, from overseas citizens, to migrant workers, to hospitalized voters, institutionalized voters, to election officials and army people themselves. So who is this voter that the standard system does not accommodate? And then each SVA becomes an answer to that question. The method that we have adopted is a mixed method. We have combined documentary analysis, literature review, comparative case studies, and we are in the process of initiating stakeholder and expert consultations. We have, in fact, created a questionnaire for EMBs to fill, and we are looking forward to their inputs on why are they using certain SVAs and how are they using that. Right? So we are not only studying systems, but we are also trying to understand how are they interpreted, how are they implemented, how are they experienced, which, as many of you in the audience would know, is actually where the interesting variation lies. So based on the secondary data so far, we have created a comparison of SVAs across countries. For instance, this one tells us which countries use more number of SVAs. So far, we have been able to compare 30 countries, in-depth analysis of these 30 countries and how they use the SVAs. And we've also tried to slice and dice the data depending on what kind of SVA is being used and who are the beneficiaries. So for quarantined homebound voters, some of the countries use mobile ballots, some of the countries use proxy voting, some use special domestic polling stations, all of that. Similarly, for the differently abled, what are the options that are being provided as SVAs? We went one step further to look at a comparison of the SVAs across different dimensions. For instance, what are the benefits? Are they trying to deliver one core benefit, which is inclusion? Or does it go beyond and include access, reduce participation barriers, increase turnout, all of that? But then parallelly, what are the challenges? Because many SVAs require additional personnel, additional logistics, infrastructure. For EMBs, this is a real resource burden. Similarly, risks, as we move away from controlled environments, what are the concerns around ballot integrity, coercion, some of which we talked about. Today, the previous speakers already mentioned it. Voter autonomy starts becoming even more salient as a challenge. Complexity, of course, designing and implementing and coordinating these systems, especially at scale, is obviously not trivial, particularly for largely populated countries. It places a lot of demands on the technology, the processes, and the governance capacities. And finally, the implications across multiple levels, across the policy level, across the systems, and the governance level as well. So in a sense, every SVA is not just a voting method, it's a policy choice, it's a system design problem, and a governance challenge, all rolled into one per se. We've tried to compare the different SVAs on a tabular structure as well, looking at the benefits, the challenges, and the risks as well.
Excuse me, ma'am. Really
yeah,
sorry
we are running
to
short
interrupt,
of time.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will just quickly skip to where are we heading. We have planned additional exemplary revelatory cases. As I already mentioned, we are also looking at stakeholder and expert consultations. And of course, gradually we will move into drafting the final report. I'll pause here, see if Professor Bhattacharya has anything to add, and then we will be open to questions.
So, thank you, professors. We'll take questions at the end.
Sure.
Now we will move to the final presentation of this session. Which will be presented by Mr. Anil Salgotra. Mr. Anil Salgotra is a 2004 batch Jammu and Kashmir Administrative Services Officer presently working as a Joint Chief Electoral Officer, Jammu and Kashmir. He has done his BTech in Electronics and Communication from NIT Warangal and also completed Masters in International Electoral Management and Practices from TES, Mumbai, wherein he was conferred with the University Gold Medal, having served in various sectors like taxation, education, works, etc. He is associated with electoral management since the last 8 years. He has been handling electoral rules, training, delimitation and conduct of various elections in Jammu and Kashmir since 2018. He is also associated with the training at national level as National Level Master Trainer of IIIDEM, conducting training sessions for various stakeholders as well as development of content for these training sessions. I invite you to the podium, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon all, everyone on the podium, off the podium, and people who are connected online. I'll try to be brief because we have already crossed the time too much. So just setting the context, if we talk of the poll day operations, this green. So to set the context, I'll just take you to the electoral cycle, with which we divide the entire electoral process into 3 phases post-electoral. Starting with the pre-electoral period, then you have actual election period, and then post-electoral period. And if you talk of the end requirement of all the EMBs and whoever the other stakeholders, the end requirement is to enhance and perhaps have the perfect electoral integrity. And referring to one of the pioneer works in electoral integrity by Pippa Norris, it is referred that electoral integrity is basically adherence to the international set norms across this entire electoral cycle. And it's a twofold process, like not just the procedural part, but even the perception management. So both, if you can keep intact, that is what is the electoral integrity, and it has to be managed across this election cycle. But then since my topic, our theme is precisely related to the polling day operations, so this is the yellow part is the one which we are talking of, which I'll be talking of and which we are detailing in our thematic work. So this is very important. This is the most important part of the entire electoral cycle. Reason being that this is the point where your actual legal framework which you have set up either as part of the post-electoral reforms or pre-election period workout, whatever this legal reforms you have done, legal measures you have taken, and whatever administrative logistics setup you do either during pre-election period or during the actual election period related to nomination, campaigning, etc., setting up the polling stations, etc., prior to the day of poll, along with the third main contender, that is the common citizen, the elector, they all interact during this entire electoral cycle just on one day, and that is your poll day. So that makes it the most important day, most important period of the entire electoral cycle. And if you can, because this is the point where your entire preparation will meet your actions, and if you can maintain electoral integrity on this particular day by way of like transparency and credibility, probably it will lead to the final legitimacy and public trust in the government which is formed as a result of an election. Okay, so with this background, the first part which we should always do when we take up a study is to find out, like I talked of, that we have to maintain the international standards to maintain electoral integrity. So what are these international standards and where do they come from? So we try to utilize various things, like you have Article 21 of United Nations Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which emphasizes inter alia various like the election shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures, and there should be no coercion. Similarly, we have International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 25, part of it again emphasizes on secret ballot and other procedural requirements, equal suffrage, universal suffrage. Then we also perused this OSCE adaptation of Article 25, para 10 and 11 of this actually elaborate how the voting procedure should be managed on the day of poll, which includes secrecy of voting, even for the special voting arrangements which the previous team was talking of. So there also secrecy of vote has to be maintained. Then voters have to be prevented from any kind of coercion while exercising their vote. And even any kind of unlawful interference in the process of voting is something which has to be maintained as part of standard. So not only the procedure part while casting the vote, the casted equipment or the casted ballots, the security of them and the chain of custody is another proper standard which has to be maintained. Otherwise, the legitimacy of the end result will not come out. So similarly, we have this code of good practices in electoral matters by the European Commission for Democracy through law. And they also lay down very specific guidelines for the poll day operations, especially the secrecy of vote and other requirements, like even after the vote has been casted, the secrecy you maintain up to that extent. People who have casted vote, their names should also not be made out, because that can also lead to certain kind of later on repercussions for those who have voted or those who have not voted. So those all standards we tried to look into. And then finally this another standard was also used, which is a very detailed setup that what all legal framework is required for every step of election. So doing all this, we try to collate certain international benchmarks, core international benchmarks, and 6 of them we try to find out. Like elections must be conducted by secret ballot, ensuring the free and uninfluenced expression of the voters' will. Voting must be universal, equal and individual. Then polling procedure must guarantee voter privacy and any kind of disclosure should not be allowed. Polling environment and material has to be secure and safe. All eligible voters must have equal access. Just having people in the voter list but not allowing them to vote on the day of poll has no meaning of the equality in registration. So similarly, the vote counting or the post-poll procedures again are very, very important, including the chain of custody which follows after the conclusion of poll. Now, along with this, we also try to see what are the emerging global trends, and what we found is that there is an increasing requirement for use of technology. There is a wish for use of technology, and it is being used also. There's a rising demand for remote and internet voting, because people and the present society is actually mobile. So people don't stay at one place, so internet and remote voting they desire. Then there's a greater focus on inclusivity and accessibility. Then real-time monitoring and information. We are living in an information age, so everybody wants anything as and when it is happening, not later on. So misinformation becomes a challenge because it's an information age. And then faster and transparent results is always required. No lag is required. But then if you analyze them, they're all, most of them lead us to certain decisions which are to be made vis-a-vis the dilemmas and dichotomies which occur. Because we cannot directly move to digital, leave a manual, because there are certain pros in manual, certain pros in digital. So there's a balance which has to be maintained between manual and digital setup, centralized and distributed administration as well as other executions, then opaque and transparent systems, a real-time system, then physical and hybrid system is another choice which you have to make, and recounts versus the data-driven audits, which like US and all people were referring in earlier presentations. So using them, we try to create a thematic scope for us. And the minimum benchmarks, I'll not again go into this. We have talked it in details. We just extracted the minimum ones, and then the focus areas which we created, which we call now during our thematic studies, 7 pillars are like this. So first pillar which we'll be analyzing is legal and regulatory framework. Another one is place of voting. Another is voting procedure. Then voting equipment, material and technology use, inclusiveness and accessibility, security, fraud prevention and transparency is the 6th one, and the 7th one last is post-voting procedures. And then our objective, of course, finally is to strengthen the electoral integrity and credibility of whatever the election process we go through. Now, methodology part, briefly if I have to touch, we are trying to follow the 9-step methodology which has been provided through the IIIDEM, and perhaps the dominant part of it is the literature review, which we've already, most of that is done. Evidence mapping we are doing, and we are in fact using our periphery field offices of the IISDEM ranks. 90 officers we have put on 90 countries. They are trying to gather the data for us. And then we'll be doing a factor-based analysis rather than country-based analysis. The countries will be one of the unit, but we'll be deciding certain factors under each of the pillars which we have decided, the 7 pillars. And then factor-based analysis for these 90 countries we'll be doing, and we'll bring out certain results in the form of certain key insights and certain way forward suggestions. Sample set I have already referred, like 90 countries we'll be taking into the study part. And we have tried to sample them in such a manner that they cover developed democracies, emerging democracies, small island states. Then we have post-conflict transition states also. We have tried to ensure in our sample set that we have geographical diversity, institutional diversity, as well as the operational diversity. Now, based on all this, whatever I've talked of the background part of it, if we have to I have to talk of what we have done till now, the progress till now, I'll try to present in under each of the 7 pillars, 7 focus areas which I've talked in the beginning. But then before I go into that, there's a caveat. Out of 90 countries, we have till now passed only 74 country profiles. And then we have tried to use a group scoring criteria. 0, since we are using multiple parameters, 7 pillars, and under that multiple 5 factors each under 7 parameters. So around 35 parameters we are trying to analyze. So out of these 35 parameters, we may not find certain parameters existing in the country profiles as of now, whatever data we have got. So we have kept a 0 parameter, 0 score for wherever we didn't find data related to that parameter. 1, if it is implied, general mention is there, but there is nothing statutorily available. 2, a bit higher score if there is explicit operational or legal provision in the system on that particular factor. And 3 is the highest score which we are giving to a country in case there is a clear provision, clear rule, and operational details are also mentioned in black and white under either the law or the directions of the EMB. So with this background, I'll just walk you through all 7 focus areas and just give you the preliminary reflections what we've got till now related to these 7 parameters. Now, if we talk of the first parameter which we've selected, that's legal and regulatory framework, our first pillar. In this, we try to factor out countries based on these 5 factors which I mentioned here, that there must be a legal basis for polling day, secret ballot must be protected by law, then universal and equal suffrage must be granted by law, then polling place and poll day rules must be prescribed in black and white, and then sanctions, complaints, etc., impartial administration must be also ensured through legal framework. So when we try to analyze these 5 factors under this first pillar, what we found was this: around 62% of the countries scored the best part, they scored 3. So they were having compliance on all these factors for this under legal framework. 30% countries were having provisions, but not that explicit mentioned as for the high score countries. And then there are 8% countries, out of these 74 countries only I'm talking of, which scored 1. So where there is a vagueness or there is an implementation gap in the score, in the implementation of these legal provisions related to the first pillar and the 5 factors under this. So if we have to talk of insights based on this first pillar, there's a strong framework. All the strong frameworks have constitutional grounding, detailed election law, and credible oversight. So strength lies in combining clear law plus enforceability plus institutional oversight. And just giving examples, it has no much meaning because it's a preliminary data and it's just a preliminary insight. So Argentina and Albania we found under the score 3 category, the better one, and Angola and Mongolia we found under the score 1, the lower side category. Similarly, when we try to analyze the place of voting, so 5 factors which we consider was polling place are designed in neutral public sites, and then polling places provide privacy and basic facilities, secrecy of vote has to be maintained, voter allocation and polling place information are managed, queue contingency and special arrangements do exist, and access inside polling place is controlled and observers are allowed. So based on these 5 factors, the results which we found are like this: 48% countries scored the best score 3, 42% scored 2, and 10% were on the lower side, where though provisions for polling stations were there, but implementation and other gaps have been noted. So they have been put under score 1. So variations are less with respect to existence of polling places, but more about how far the law standardizes facilities, accessibility, crowd management, and fallback arrangements. So quality, accessibility, and planning, all three put together will lead the countries to the score 3 category from score 1, whereas provisions we found are there existing in most of them. Again, here also 2 countries on the upper side and 2 countries on the lower side we've just figured out in our preliminary scanning. Then the third pillar is voting procedures. Here what we used, the 5 factors which we used were: polling is managed by talented and impartial officials, voter identification and register checks are performed, voting is individual, then reporting information, etc. Media protocols do exist, and the results are like this. 68% countries had the better score. So we were very good on this pillar, under this pillar. Only 25% countries +7 were having lower. So again here, strong systems rely on verification process, and predefined dispute handling is required. Going into the fourth one, again we use 5 parameters for voting equipment, and this is the result. We found scores, score 3 for only 35% countries, and the middle level, mediocre, as 45% and 20% going into score 1. So this is one of the areas of concern. So, and what we found, another inference what we got is that it's not just paper versus machine. The difference lies in verification and reliability encompassing credible pre-checks in chain of custody. So it's not the technology which is getting used, but it's the procedural part, it's how you implement that part that becomes important here. Inclusiveness is another area of concern. We used again 5 parameters here, and this is the result. Again 32% scoring good, the better score, 40 going fair, and 28 going towards the lower side. Again, visible variations in implementation here also. So we have to do something on that, but not we, the concerned countries, if the data turns out to be correct. Security and prevention of malpractices also, we use 5 factors for finding out the results. And here also we found, here the results were like the first 3 parameters: 58% doing well, 32 doing fairly, and 10 on the other side. So going to the last pillar, that's international standards under post-voting procedure. So 5 factors, again when we analyzed, the results were like this: 46% doing very well, 38 doing fairly good, and then 16 doing not that good. Again, the post-voting strength depends less on whether counting is centralized or local, and more on whether the system ensures secure transfer, reconciliation, observation, and timely publication. So this is like overall, if we have to create a global heat map for these 74 countries as part of the preliminary study, so it looks something like this. Overall inferences, if I have to draw before concluding it, it's like the first thing is that it's form versus practice gap. Laws are strong everywhere, but implementation quality varies significantly. Security versus accessibility. High security systems sometimes reduce ease of voting and increases voter burden. So similarly, technology divide is there. Developed systems, they are cautious in adopting the technology, but developing systems, they take the jump forward and they directly land into the good technologies. So similarly, we have observer presence is something which signifies the trust multiplier. So and the last part is the secrecy of votes. This is something which is universally complied. So this is the only factor which we found, which on the day of poll parameters, which exists everywhere. And if we have to put takeaways under 3 categories, what works globally is clear legal framework, standardized voting procedures, and observer-based transparency. What needs improvement is accessibility, technology trust and verification, post-voting transparency, and on the reform priority side, we have to ensure strengthening inclusive voting design, improve auditability of technology, and then increase transparency after polls close. Also ensure that real-time public information systems are relied on more and more. We enhance towards it. And then finally, the way forward for us, since I started with a caveat that we have just done the first iteration of 74 countries profiling. So we'll be further pruning the data, what we get for all the 90 countries, standardize the data, authenticate the data with primary sources, like if we get response to the questionnaires which we are sending to the EMBs, and then probably analyze with the improved scoring system, wherein we just don't keep 3 layers of scoring, like 1, 2, 3. We might use multiple scoring so that we can get multiple levels of distribution among the countries. So deeper parameters will be finally coming out once we get the good data. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we may take 1, 2 or 3 questions. Please keep it short.
My question is to Dr. Sanjay. Sir, your views on trustworthiness of the EVM has been well taken and understood. In this context, I want to ask that are these systems also accessible to the people with disabilities? And also, what can EMBs do to make sure that these systems are not only tamper-proof, but also accessible to the people with disabilities, like with a visual disability and locomotor and others? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that our system where this EVM introduced in India, in fact, it is a user-friendly for the disability persons. There is a braille system is there inside the ballot, so they can easily. We give the trainings, we give the awareness camps started before pre-elections. We do everything for this. We found all this data. And we inform them to come here and cast the vote so that they can have a trust, they can gain those things, they can learn those things in our system.
But the EVMs, we talked about EVMs and VVPAT, sir. Normal people can see their vote through VVPAT, but what about people with disabilities? Are EVMs accessible to them?
Yes, EVM are accessible to them, but with one of the person who will be with them that has been given the permissions that to justify those things, to give them, to inform them that you have casted this vote by the braille is the correct one.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Someone else will be there.
Yeah. But that is the whole process. Assisting. That is for this. It's a procedural SOPs are there. Another question.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question for Anil Salgotra, sir. Sir, you have talked about the 7 pillars which you have categorized, and there are certain parameters for each of the pillar. So how are you ensuring that the checks are absolute in nature? Because you have said that these much of countries have absolutely covered those pillars and those pointers. I am talking about this because of the accuracy of data. Because you may be checking the laws and the regulations and the parameters which are regulating that administrative checks, but on ground reality may be differed, that in the execution part they may be failing.
You are absolutely correct, and that's what got reflected in all the, if you see the 7 pillars, the distribution of countries. The first 3 pillars you found that predominant result was in that score 3 category, where like most of the countries lied. So they were theoretical part, like legal framework is existing. But when we came into the later on pillars, like the actual ones, 4th and 5th, 6th, 4th, 5th, 6th, the 3-1, the distribution got skewed otherwise. The middle bar was higher. So there, that is the issue of concern, like the area of concern, that implementation of these things is very important. And the countries which I was showing as examples, the ones with red one, it is not that provisions are not there. Provisions are there, that is why they lie in the score 1. Otherwise they would have been into score 0. But score 1 means there is a provision, but then not progressing to score 2 and score 3 is what you are saying, that execution, implementation and the actual procedural miss is there. So you're absolutely right, there is the thing is there. And then another thing which I started with when I talked of the progress till now is that I said that there's a caveat that it is just first iteration of passing through the 74 country profiles. and data is still to be pruned, it is still to be further validated with the actual primary sources. This is what we are just trying to get from the open sources using the normal data mining methods. But then once we get some primary authenticated data, and then even standardizing data is still pending. Like the word pruning I used for this purpose only, because certain data will be missed because the algorithm is searching it at a spot where it is not there, but it is at some other place. So obviously in second iteration, in third iteration, the results will differ also, and they would be far reliable results than what we got in the first iteration.
Thank you. Now I may request Professor Bhattacharya if you want to add anything very shortly, because we haven't heard anything from you.
Thank you, Rohan. I think my colleague here could present most of what we plan to do. What we had to leave out because of the shortage of time was essentially what we were looking at in terms of case studies and innovations that we have identified. And so those are the things we are now getting deep into. And for example, in today's session, there was a lot of discussion on internet voting. And there are many country level differences in how they people perceive, EMBs perceive internet voting. Similarly, for convenience, we're looking at other issues like, Korean example, which shipboard voting, curbside voting, and so on. And also in terms of inclusivity, how far EMBs are going in order to include people. For example, Australia does have some measures in including people with dementia. So we are documenting those things and we'll bring that out in our final report. That's the part that we had to skip because of the shortage of time.
Thank you, Professor. Now, thank you all, our distinguished speakers, for the invaluable insights today. Thank you, Mr. Kapil Sharma, Mr. Nicholas Liovadze, Dr. Subodh Sharma, Dr. Nidhi, Dr. Aparna Malavia, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Batish, Professor Priya Sitharaman, and Professor Rajesh Bhattacharya, and last but not the least, Mr. Anil Salgotra. Your contributions have truly enriched our understanding of this session. We have explored how global standards and localized innovations can harmonize to create more resilient electoral systems. On behalf of ECI and IIIDEM, I thank you all for your participation. This concludes our session. Thank you. Can we meet outside for a group photo, please?
Yeah, we can.
Olivia, you can come. No, come.
Huh, everyone. Warm welcome to this India International Symposium on Electoral Risk Management, Resilience and Strategic Planning, convened under the India International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management. I am Ishita Sangwan, thematic lead for this session on electoral planning and risk management, and it is a privilege to anchor our deliberations today. The symposium is convened by IIIDEM under India's chairship of Council of Member States of International IDEA for 2026 under the inspiring theme Democracy for an Inclusive, Peaceful, Resilient and Sustainable World. Today's session addresses a challenge that every election management body across the world grapples with: how to move beyond reactive administration and build truly resilient, forward-looking institutions. Electoral processes today operate in environments shaped by political polarization, misinformation, technological disruption, security threats, and logistical complexities. Our aim this afternoon is to institutionalize structured risk management frameworks, promote strategic electoral planning models, and draw on global best practices that enhance preparedness and coordination. A very warm welcome to all our participants, delegates, and observers joining us virtually. We are delighted to have you with us. To set the stage for our deliberation, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Kritika Mathur to deliver the welcome address and provide context for today's symposium. Dr. Mathur is a seasoned academic and administrator with a robust background in economics and management. She currently serves as an assistant professor at IIIDEM, having joined on deputation in December 2025 and previously served as deputy dean of the planning division and assistant professor at the B.R. Dr. Ambedkar University, Delhi. Dr. Mathur holds a PhD from the Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi, for her empirical analysis of the Indian community market and brings a wealth of academic and policy experience to this forum. Over to you, ma'am. The floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to set the context for this session on electoral risk management, resilience, and strategic planning. As you might observe, this is not just looking at one of the best practices in electoral planning. We are also trying to connect this with the global thematic work that we are undertaking with IDEA, International IDEA, which is on risk management. At the outset, it is next slide. Oh, sorry. At the outset, it is important for me to tell you about the dimensions that underpin the shift from reactive election administration to structured forward-looking planning. First, we need to institutionalize the risk assessment frameworks. Where are the possibilities of risk and how can we mitigate that risk throughout the election process? Second, strengthening capacity building systems within election management bodies so that not only personnel, systems and the processes are equipped to respond effectively to emerging challenges. Third, enhancing preparedness and coordination by integrating multiple stakeholders, government agencies, civil society, political parties and media into the process of planning. The fourth being promoting strategic and integrated electoral planning models. I'll spend some more time on electoral planning before I hand over the mic to Professor Bhuyan. Electoral planning, therefore, is not only a one-time activity. It is a systematic and a continuous process that spans the entire electoral cycle, be it legal frameworks, voter registrations, to logistics, results management, and post-election review. This approach moves election management away from ad hoc arrangements towards rule-based, transparent, and inclusive systems. There are a few defining features of effective electoral planning. To begin with, we start early. We do early preparation where timelines are set well in advance. Importantly, post-election review feeds directly into the next cycle of election. It requires clear sequencing right from your operational plans to procurement to logistics. All are taken into account. It depends on stakeholder coordination, integrating diverse factors into the planning process, and it is underpinned by risk assessment, which enables institutions to anticipate and manage uncertainties proactively. Looking at how it fits into the electoral cycle, in the pre-election phase, activities like legal framework review, voter registration, training, logistics planning, and risk assessment. During the election event, the planning would shift to implementation, polling operations, staff mobilization, results management, and integrity safeguards. In the post-election phase, attention needs to go on to evaluation, reviewing the performance. How did we perform in terms of voter turnout? That could be one of them. Consulting stakeholders, managing the data that has come through the election process, and recommending reforms for the future. This is not a linear process. We need to understand it is a continuous loop. Each time we get into this process of planning where the post-election phase becomes the starting point for the next cycle. Now, what are the different approaches of planning that are looked at by different EMBs? One could be the independent model, wherein say an EMB like Election Commission, planning is largely internal, enabling continuities across electoral cycles while operating within the broader legal and financial frameworks. In the governmental models, planning is integrated into the government systems and aligned with the policy and the budget cycles. Whereas in the mixed models, responsibilities are shared between independent oversight bodies as well as government agencies, requiring coordinated planning approaches. To name a few within the independent model of planning approach, we can look at India, Brazil, Canada, Kenya, South Africa, Philippines, Colombia, and Argentina. When we look at the governmental model, we can consider Spain, France, Germany, Switzerland, Japan, and Austria. Whereas the mixed model looks at France, Mexico, Korea, Indonesia, Romania, and Senegal. A few more details coming from Australia, where we are looking at global practices, offer valuable insights into how this is operationalized. In Austria, if you see, there is an election readiness framework which demonstrates a structured approach based on evaluation, implementation of the change, and mobilization, ensuring that lessons from the previous elections are directly informing the future preparedness. This reflects a highly systematic and an iterative planning approach. Looking at Canada, they have a strategic plan in place, which was their document is available for 25-28. The 4 core pillars include listen, share, collaborate, and manage. As many as 800 plus activities are tracked in the process of any electoral event. It's a continuous cycle. Planning for the next election begins before the current one even ends. Post-election stakeholder consultation informs the next strategic decision of the EMB. The 5 principles that they look at include accuracy, accessibility, transparency, security, and fairness, which is built into all the planning, and it is by design. Then they have spent as much as $691 million on their expenditure towards planning. Coming to Brazil, Brazil provides an example of long-term phased planning, particularly in the rollout of the electronic voting systems and biometric registration. This demonstrates how technological transformation can be systematically managed across multiple electoral cycles within a coordinated institutional framework. In fact, they also have a program for disinformation. It's called Disinformation Countering Plan, CIIDDE, which is looking at structured multi-election program, which is looking from 2018 onwards. And they have an affirmative action planning process where they are looking at structured gender and minority inclusion plans embedded in not only registration but campaigning and result monitoring frameworks. Looking at Africa, we have two cases here. One is from South Africa, the other one is Kenya. They are again looking at the importance of risk registers. The South African EMB has adopted the risk management framework of international IDEA from 2015-16. Within Kenya, there are lots of examples of scenario-based planning and reform-driven institutional strengthening. Coming to Europe, there is a lot to learn from them. European systems illustrate how electronic planning operates within the government-led as well as the mixed institutional frameworks. Then there is Asia Pacific in Korea from the EMB, National Election Commission. They are already taking care of cybersecurity incidents, which has led to digital risk planning. Then in Indonesia, they have planning includes a logistics chain across 17,000 plus islands of Indonesia. Cybersecurity breaches during 24 cycle prompted them to have new risk planning protocols in place. The Philippines has used automated election systems since 2010. Planning follows a phased procurement and accreditation process for technology providers. Voter registration is ongoing and continuous between elections. They have also considered a scenario planning. Coming to Latin America, Mexico has an electoral plan which includes voter ID program, multi-cycle disinformation mitigation planning. IIFS has partnered with Mexico and they have campaign finance planning as well as training. Colombia has National Civil Registry and CNE also has shared planning responsibilities. Peace Accord integration planning for demobilized voting. Then we look at Chile, which is interesting. They say integrated IT plan for results transmission. And they also have a gender quota plan, which is of particular interest of many of us sitting in the room, which says it's integrated into the candidate registration process. The law was passed in 2015 and it governs the registration of candidates for the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate. The CERVEL continues to reject entire party list if they do not meet the 40-60 gender requirement. So broadly, the best practices can be categorized into 8. You start planning before the previous election ends. The electoral cycle approach must be institutionalized. So it either should be governmental, independent or mixed. Technology integration should be phased as well as strategic. Risk management has to be systematic and embedded into the system. Transparency and stakeholder coordination are essential for providing public trust. And most importantly, a post-election evaluation must directly feed into the reform and future planning. To conclude, the central message is very clear. Effective electoral governance today requires moving beyond event-based administration towards continuous, integrated and resilience-oriented planning. It is this shift from managing elections to strengthening electoral systems that ultimately ensures credibility, stability and public trust across electoral cycles. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that insightful framing. We now move to the substantive presentation of the today's session, and I have the honor of introducing our distinguished speaker, Professor Dasharathi Bhuya, joining us from Nagaland. Professor Bhuyan currently serves as the head of Department of Political Science at Nagaland University. His expertise spans state politics in India, political theory, and international politics, with research covering a wide range of themes including women's political participation, tribal rights and displacement, coalition politics, environmental politics, and human rights and foreign policy. He is a prolific academician and a writer with an extensive record of authored and co-authored books and research articles. He has also held several senior administrative positions, including chairman of the Board of Studies in Political Science and coordinator of the PG Department of Political Science at Behrampur University. Professor Bhuyan, we warmly welcome you and look forward to your insights on electoral planning. The floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. Namaskar. My presentation is on election planning, operational and strategy planning. This presentation is being prepared by this Nagaland team. I'm thankful to the Nagaland team for preparing this presentation. Operational planning and the strategy planning. I think there is a difference between this operational planning and strategy planning. And my presentation is focusing on these core issues. What is operational planning and what is strategy planning? Organizing and delivering an election is an extensive, multifaceted, complex endeavor. And that process to be successful is primarily dependent on effective planning and management techniques. So each part of the electoral process must be carefully planned. So tasks are implemented on time, within budget, and in a transparent and fair manner. When administered properly, electoral operations contribute to voters and candidates' perception of the legitimacy and credibility of election outcomes. Therefore, planning is the first and most important function of election management. Effective planning is at the heart of the successful delivery of every election. It represents one of the most fundamental elements that the legally mandated institution, the election management body, EMB, needs for effective functioning and integration of an election. And the research methodology we are using for data collection is both quantitative and qualitative. The primary sources for this proposed study would include extensive references to election management bodies websites. We have different websites. Collection of information through questionnaire, key information interviews, online focused group discussion, government documents, official statements and speeches, and also joint declaration as documented in other government websites. And the secondary sources will include books, journals, articles, editorials, newspapers, magazines, etc. Now, the main focus is on what is operational planning and what is strategy planning. Most EMBs, the election management bodies, are tied to the operational part of the election planning. What would happen if there were no umpires in the cricket match? And what is due in a cricket match, it is also about election. Therefore, we need some machinery to conduct elections in an impartial manner, and the basic rule of elections are written down in our Constitution of India. Therefore, the EMBs are tied to the operational part of the election planning, and that is focusing on electoral delivery. This kind of planning is often aimed at for the delivery of every election. What is also understood as event-based planning. So meaning the measures taken are short term, reactive, and more concerned with efficient functioning of the management for the sake of each election. But strategic planning is different. While strategic planning is a process of self-examination, self-assessment, self-estimation, it allows the EMBs to make preparations on the basis of its past experience. That is strategic planning. And its projection of a desired future. Strategic planning is comprehensive. It involves robust activity. For example, how to deal with the stakeholders. Reforms to enhance the skills of the staff. Basically, it covers all the functions, building stakeholder confidence. This type of planning gives equal importance in assuring that democracy values and principles of inclusivity, transparency, and other such measures are intentionally incorporated. As such, this study aims to underscore the importance of EMBs and all the measures taken by them to facilitate planning at every phase of the election process. This crucial step guides EMBs to frame a structured system to institutionalize a culture of continuous improvement at every stage of execution of activities, achieving targets in a time-bound manner and constantly monitoring progress. Next, incorporating operational and strategic planning ensures that first is electrical materials. So electrical materials must have the right specifications, delivered in the right place at the right time. That is the electrical materials. Regarding electrical officials, they must be properly trained and fully aware of their functions and duties. And delivery of key processes, it includes nominations, postal vote opening, voting in polling stations, and verification and counting. Then facilitates proactive thinking, anticipates potential obstacles. What would be the hindrances, obstacles? Identifying key priorities, outlining the main priorities. Then setting clear targets and allocating required resources to smoothly fulfill its mandated functions. So it is therefore this effective management of all these processes and procedures that voters on election day are allowed to exercise their right to vote without any impediments of legal, administrative, logistic, or security aspects. Then regarding this global evidence mapping, here we have taken some countries as evidence, and the first one is the England, and guidance for returning officers administering local government elections in England. So planning for the delivery of key processes in England includes nominations, postal vote opening, voting in polling station, and verification and count. Another duty is to ensure that polling stations is accessible to all voters. That is very crucial. England also uses the method of making sound assumptions and documenting them in order to provide useful evidence in explaining decisions to stakeholders at an early stage. And it allows these assumptions to be tested by others for robustness before the detailed planning has been completed, which helps build confidence in the planning procedure. All plans and assumptions are to be kept under regular view. Here, the parameters to cover expected assumption is that I think some are missing here. Yeah. Regarding Indonesia, yes, the largest archipelago state, not state, it is a country with over 70,000 islands in Southeast Asia. It is having 800 100,000 polling stations. 800,000. You think more than, I think, not India, in comparison to other countries. 6 million election workers are working there with single day ballot system. Yes, that is very important. In the 2019 elections, over 894 election workers reportedly died during this vote because of heavy workload. That is important outline. And long hours required to ensure all ballots are counted. So they learn something out of this. And to avoid a repeat of that tragedy, the country's EMB has implemented stricter checks on the health of workers. Better medical facilities are implemented. Additionally, the selection process of ad hoc election officers have been tightened. And regarding Kenya, following the outbreak of election-related violence in 2007-2008, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission of Kenya undertook a number of steps. What are the steps? To strengthen its capacity to prevent and mitigate electoral violence ahead of and during the general election in March 2013. The IEBC, that is the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, it is supported by the International IDEA, organized a workshop that brought together the IEBC staff, the Kenya police and intelligence agencies, national human rights and reconciliation commissions and academicians. The workshop focused on mapping electoral risk in different countries ahead of the general election. In parallel, a national public opinion survey was conducted to measure citizens' perceptions. And these exercises made it possible to generate a baseline risk analysis which pointed out the 14 risk factors. 14 risk factors were identified, which needed to be monitored and analyzed throughout the different electoral phases. And there is another country, that is Mexico, the Mexican EMB, the Instituto Nacional Electoral INE conducts electoral planning in consultation with the major national agencies. What are the major national agencies in Mexico? Such as the major national agencies institutions include the Army, the Navy, the police, the civil protection organizations, energy and water agencies, and other represented in the national group for strategic facilities coordination. In India, now we are coming to India, the financial resource allocated to the Election Commission of India by the central and state governments include specific security and violence prevention budgets. So the ECI is funded by the Government of India. The Consolidated Fund pays for staff, technical operations, electronic voting machines, and various office expenses. So while the state governments cover expenses related to the state only, so each state also pays for security forces deployed for elections. So during the 2009 parliamentary elections, prevention efforts, which for example include video monitoring of dangerous individuals, were funded out of the general election budget. The broad powers given to the ECA by the Constitution have been liberally and boldly interpreted to make the government pay for any necessary expenses. And the ECI's accounts are subject to audit by the Comptroller Auditor General of India, and its report is tabled in the Parliament of India. And regarding Canada, one of the key commitments of Canada strategic plan is a mid-term review, and that is to assess the agency with the progress and ensuring the plan remains relevant. So here there are many challenges of the planning, election planning. we have identified only 3 challenges. Number one is lack of resources, particularly for the states, northeast states. Secondly, lack of manpower. Third, lack of documentation. These are the challenges, and now we are focusing on the importance of planning. Planning helps in justifying the budget. Planning is done to compartmentalize. Planning helps facilitating inter-agency coordination. So elections are a cycle. There is always something to learn, and learn as every election comes with new issues, new lessons to learn. Therefore, both operational planning and strategy planning are equally crucial at every stage. So planning fuels the continuous refining process in the way of EMBs conduct elections. And the key learning areas of planning that carefully planned and implemented electoral operations sustain public trust in elections, as evidenced from England's method of making sound assumptions at an early stage of the planning process. So evidence from Indonesia reflects how weakness or controversy in one electoral phase can compromise the integrity of the subsequent phases or of the whole electoral process. So existing tensions and conflicts may also spill over into electoral processes and affect electoral actors, events, materials, and facilities. So it is therefore important that electoral planning is timely, holistic, and conflict sensitive, and that it considers both the process and the structural factors of conflict. A baseline risk analysis conducted during the planning phase will be an asset for conflict sensitive planning. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Can I go? Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for that rich and thought-provoking presentation. We now open the floor for Q&A session. I invite all participants to please share your questions and reflections. This is a valuable opportunity to engage directly with our speakers and deepen our collective understanding of electoral risk management and strategic planning. Any questions? Sir, are there any questions online? No. Okay. As we bring this session to a close, allow me to briefly reflect.
बनती है तो फिर उसके लिए आपके प्लान में, क्योंकि पूरा प्लान ही है ये, तो मतदान दल के लोगों को रवाना किया जाता है, तो कई सारे दूरस्थ एरियाज़ के जो मतदान केंद्र होते हैं जहाँ की एक दिन में मतदान दल को पहुँचा करके और प्रिपेयर करवाना पॉसिबल नहीं होता है, तो उनको मतलब अगर एक दिन पहले भेजते हैं तो उसके लिए कुछ ऐसा कोई गाइडलाइन वगैरह कुछ प्रोवाइड करवाया है क्या? Not only female, ma'am. Okay, okay, please. जी. Okay.
So we have certain guidelines given by the Election Commission of India, and we follow them. And we do the randomization of polling personnel between the presence of the observer. So we take the permission from the commission and we do randomization.
Even vehicles are brought from Assam also. There is vehicles in that. Not from Assam.
No, sir, they are talking about polling personnel.
So my.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your question.
मैडम, आप ECI की जो गाइडलाइंस है कि विद इन 2 किलोमीटर्स आपको मोर देन 2 किलोमीटर्स नहीं जाना है वोटिंग के लिए, और किसी जोग्राफिकल हर्डल को पार नहीं करना है। लेकिन आपके यहाँ जब हम कई वीडियोस देखते हैं उसमें हम ये पाते हैं कि आप सारे जोग्राफिकल हर्डल्स, इवन आप बोट्स वगैरह यूज़ करते हैं, इवन आप और किसी पहाड़ में यदि चढ़ना है तो उसके लिए आपको ट्रैकिंग करना पड़ता है, तो उसके लिए आप कैसे मैनेज करते हैं?
Thank you so much for the question. Sir, in Nagaland, we don't have a polling station where we used to go by boat, but we have some polling stations where we don't have road accessibility. So what we used to do is we used to give them porter and we give them charges, porter charges. So we will hire porters and we will give them money. Yes, definitely. Because all the roads are not more. Vehicles cannot reach the polling.
Porters are employed.
Thank you, ma'am, for answering the questions. As we bring this session to a close, allow me to briefly reflect on the richness of today's exchange. Firstly, Dr. Kritika Mathur set the stage beautifully by reminding us that electoral planning is not a one-time event. It is a continuous, structured cycle from the pre-election phase of legal frameworks and voter registration through the election event itself to a post-election review and reform. Every stage feeds into the next. The global example she walked us through, from Australia's election readiness framework and Canada's 800 activity tracking system to Brazil's phased EVM rollout, South Africa's constitutionally mandated risk registers, and Indonesia's massive logistical exercise across 17,000 islands, painted a compelling picture of what institutionalized, resilience-oriented planning looks like in practice. The message was clear: the most credible EMBs in the world are those that start planning before the previous election even ends. Then followed by Professor Bhuyan, presentation has offered us vital perspective on how EMBs can build structured, forward-looking approaches to electoral governance, moving from ad hoc crisis response to institutionalized resilience and strategic preparedness. The insights shared today speak directly to the need for integrated planning frameworks that account for the complex and evolving environments in which elections take place. On behalf of IIIDEM, an international idea, and the India's Chairship of Council of Member States of International India, I extend my sincere gratitude to Professor Bhuyan for his time and expertise, and to Dr. Kritika Mathur, of course, for her thoughtful presentation. I also thank each and every participant for your presence and engagement. The conversation we have today are steps towards building more resilient and accountable democracies. And in that spirit, I look forward to continued collaboration in this session ahead. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, ma'am, of course, for your answers and for making the seat. Thank you. Travel and one, they're coming in 2 minutes. Oh, yeah. So it's khali na. Okay. Okay, okay. Huh? Ma'am, sir can come there, na? Should I start? Okay. Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this International Symposium on Sustainable Electoral Finance and Campaign Expenditure Governance, convened under the India International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management. I am Ishita Sangwan, serving as a thematic lead for Group 11 on Electoral Finance, and it is truly an honor to anchor this session today. The symposium is being held under India's chairship of the Council of Member States of International IDEA for 2026 under the theme Democracy for an Inclusive, Peaceful, Resilient and Sustainable World, a vision that resonates deeply with the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the idea that world is one family. Today's session brings together distinguished experts from across the globe to deliberate on one of the most critical dimensions of democratic governance, the financing of elections and political activities. We will explore models for fiscal sustainability of electoral management bodies, engage with regulatory frameworks governing campaign expenditure, and develop comparative insights to strengthen transparency, accountability in political finance system. A very warm welcome to all our participants, delegates and observers joining us virtually today. We are delighted to have you with us. To set the stage with our deliberations, it was my privilege to invite Dr. Kritika Mathur to deliver the welcome address and provide context for today's symposium. Ma'am, please come.
Good afternoon. As we gather here today for the last session of the day, and not only the last session but also the entire series of sessions that we've had over the last 4 days, we are basically going to reflect on one of the most visible and consequential phases of the electoral process. Electoral campaigns represent the most dynamic phase of the electoral process. It is during this period that political ideas are contested, leadership is evaluated, citizens engage most directly with democratic choice. Campaigns are therefore not only about persuasion, it's about participation, dialogue, and accountability. At the same time, quality of an election is shaped not only by what happens on polling day, but by the conditions at which the campaigns are being conducted, and that is totally possible only if you have the funds to do the campaign. A democratic campaign environment must ensure fundamental freedom of expression, movement and association, while also ensuring that there is a level playing field for all the political contestants. An increasingly central dimension of this discussion is campaign finance. Across the world, election spending has risen sharply. For instance, in the United States, the total spending in 2024, the last election, the federal election, including presidential and Congress races, was estimated at nearly $16 billion US, making it one of the most expensive election cycles globally. In contrast, more regulated systems impose structural limits. In the UK, there are clear caps on party spending during general elections, which vary depending on the number of constituencies contested. A party contesting all constituencies in Great Britain can spend just over £34 million under the current limits, which were revised in 2023, increasing the ceilings by about 80% to account for the cost of inflation. In fact, in India, candidate expenditure is capped at 95 lakh rupees at parliamentary constituencies and around 28 lakh to 40 lakh for assembly constituencies. I repeat, these are the limits that are given to them. How much they actually expend is not a data point that I have here. reflecting an effort to balance electoral competitiveness with financial discipline and to curb the undue influence of money power. At the same time, countries such as Croatia, I'm glad to say that we also have a speaker from Croatia in this session. Croatia as a country has adopted a more granular approach, prescribing detailed expenditure ceilings that vary by the level of election and the population size, ranging from national level contests to local self-government units. Many more country experiences and comparative frameworks have been documented as part of the thematic work being undertaken by the state of Chhattisgarh. These will be further elaborated upon by Dr. Shailendra Khandelwal in his presentation. These variations reflect different approaches, but they all have an underlying principle, which is the growing importance of transparency, fairness, and accountability in campaign finance. Disclosure of funding sources, equitable access to resources, reasonable limits on expenditure are widely recognized as essential to supporting credible electoral competition. Research also highlights that campaign finance frameworks can have diverse and contextual specific effects. Public funding can strengthen political parties and support their institutionalization, particularly in newer democracies, while transparency measures such as reporting of the expenses incurred, disclosures are widely seen as enhancing electoral integrity. At the same time, the impact of these frameworks depends significantly on how they are designed and actual implementation of the settings. Another clear concern is the misuse of state or administrative resources, which can distort the electoral competition by conferring undue advantage on the incumbents. These challenges are further shaped by rising costs, the expansion of digital campaigning. You will observe during Dr. Khandelwal's presentation how much emphasis is on digital campaigns. Increasingly complex political finance ecosystems. As reflected in the broader focus of this symposium, the governance of campaign finance and electoral process is fundamental to ensuring credibility, transparency, and public trust in democratic systems. Against this backdrop, this session provides an opportunity to examine comparative practices, reflect on regulatory frameworks, and contribute to the development of model standards for democratic electoral campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful framing. We now move to our first substantive presentation of the day, and I have the pleasure of introducing Ms. Maza Zaravika, joining us from Croatia. Ms. Zaravika currently serves as the Head of Service for Financing Supervision at the State Electoral Commission of the Republic of Croatia, a role she has held since January 2025. With over a decade of experience at the State Electoral Commission, she has dedicated her career to overseeing the financing of political activities, election campaigns, and referendum across all levels of Croatian elections, from presidential and parliamentary elections to local and regional self-government bodies. She holds a Master of Economics from the University of Split and has authored several widely referenced publications on election campaigns financing in Croatia. Ms. Zaravika, we warmly welcome you and look forward to your presentation, ma'am. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I hope that you can see my presentation.
Ma'am, we can see your presentation. Is it possible for you to switch on the camera because we are streaming this to YouTube?
Second. My presentation now.
Ma'am, you can proceed. We can see your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Maja Žeravica. I am head of service for financing supervision in the State Electoral Commission. I will presenting you supervision of election campaign financing and campaign finance and expenditure regulation. I will walk you through the main points, so let's begin. Election participants are required to manage election campaign with provisions of financing of political activities, election campaigns. The provision of this act defines. I'm sorry. The provision defines the method of financing, acquisition, and fund supervision and all related to parties, candidates, and independent lists to all election participants. The authority responsible for supervision the financing and legality of election campaigns is the State Electoral Commission. The State Electoral Commission supervises election campaign financing at all elections in the Republic of Croatia that are held at state level, presidential elections, EU elections, and parliamentary elections, as well as local elections. When it comes to local elections, State Electoral Commission supervises election campaign financing in cooperation with lower level election commissions, municipality, city, and county election commissions. What is election campaign? Election party of the election to voters and election program. Election campaign begins the day of the publishing of candidates, summary list, and ends 24 hours before the election day. For each elections, there is an obligation to open a separate account that can be used only for election campaign financing purposes. A separate account can be opened in a selected bank in Croatia under the manner and under the procedure set out in the general rules of banking operations. A separate account has to be opened for presidential elections, EU elections, parliamentary elections, and local elections. As you can see on this slide, election participants at presidential elections that are candidates for president of Croatia have obligation to open a separate account. At EU elections, political parties and lead candidates on independent lists have obligation to open a separate account. At parliamentary elections, political parties, lead candidates, and independent lists and candidates for national minority members of parliament nominated by voters and national minority associations have obligation to open a separate account. And when it comes to local elections, that obligations have political parties, lead candidates on independent lists, candidates for municipal prefects, city mayors, and county prefects, and also their deputy candidates. Separate account can be opened at the earliest 6 months before the planned election day, and the deadline for opening is later than the date of submission of the candidacy. The deadline for closure in a separate account is also prescribed by law, and it is no later than 135 days from the date of publication of the final election results. Sources of funds that can be used for election campaign financing can be the election participants' own funds, donations and reimbursement of election campaign costs. All of these funds must be paid into a separate account and can be used only for the cover of election campaign costs. Within the next few slides, I will give you more information about donations. Donors can be natural persons or legal entities. Donors can make donations on a one-time basis or multiple times. Donations can be in cash or in the form of goods or services. And donations in cash have to be paid by a donor to a separate account. For a donation in the form of goods or services, donors have to issue a certificate specifying that the market value of the donated goods or services and stating that the donation has been made to a donee. Donors making donations have to provide the donee with a declaration stating that they are not subject to any enforcement proceedings relating to their arrears to the state budget or the budget of a local or regional self-government units or to their employees. I also have a donation that donations may legal between a donor and a donee, and regardless if donation made in cash or in the form of goods or services. If a donation €1, the donee has to notify operation and amount must be paid in 15 days of the act on the financing prescribes the possibility of not accepting or rejecting a donation. If a donee does not want to keep that donation, that donation has to be paid into their special account, and if there is no agreement concluded for such donation, they can reject it by transferring it to the state budget. The deadline for the transfer is no later than 8 days from the date of receiving of that donation. Political parties, independent lists, and candidates may collect donations until the end of election campaign, which is, as I mentioned earlier, 24 hours before the election day. When it comes to own funds can be transferred to the separate account until the date of closure, which is no later than 135 days from the date of publication of the final election results. The Act on the Financing also prescribes
Maja ma'am, we have lost your audio. We cannot hear you.
I'm sorry, you cannot hear me?
Now it's fine. Now it's fine.
Okay. Maybe some trouble with network. All donations that exceed the allowed amounts must be reported by donee to State Electoral Commission and paid to the state budget no later than 15 days from the date of receipt of that donation. All donees are required parties, foreign natural persons and legal entities, trade unions and employees associations, religious communities, humanitarian and other non-profit organizations, anonymous donations, and so on. In case that donee do receive such kind of donation, they are required to report it to the State Electoral Commission of Croatia and transfer the amount of such donation to the state budget no later than 15 days from the date of receipt of that donation. Political parties are obliged to records of and issue for donations may finance their election campaigns. Attendant lists and candidates are also obliged to keep records of and issue receipts for donations made to finance their election campaigns, and should also keep records of all funds paid to finance their election campaigns. The method of keeping the records and issuing the receipts and the form of the records and receipts prescribed by the Minister of Finance by way of an ordinance on the manner of keeping records, issuing certificates, and entering reports on financing political activities, election campaigns, and referendums into the final control information system. Participants are required to submit financial reports to the State Electoral Commission through the Financial Control Information System. The Financial Control Information System is a computer program through which financial statements and other data are submitted. Apart from submitting financial reports through the Financial Control Information System, election participants are required to permanently keep the original financial reports on the election campaign financing. The State Electoral Commission of Croatia is required to publish all prescribed financial reports on its website, and the financial reports are publicly available in a machine-readable and open format, readily searchable by various parameters. The Act on the Financing prescribes the deadlines for the submission of financial reports. So there are two deadlines, 7 days before the elections and 30 days after the election day. And as you can see on this slide, there are forms of reports that our election participants have obligation to submit, and these forms of reports are prescribed by Ministry of Finance. When election participants submit financial reports and corresponding documents, supervision of election campaign financing begins. Additional data from bank can be required in order to compare transactions with those shown in the report, after which the State Electoral Commission of Croatia controls invoices and donations and conducts other necessary activities connected to election campaign supervision. Department for Supervision of Financing verifies whether the amounts of funds spent correspond to the amounts of funds received and whether the information contained in this report is accurate, controls donations, compares the separate account transaction report with the related invoices, requests additional data and the documentation if required, and I just want to mention that the State Electoral Commission controls donation through different kinds of register, like the register of state-owned assets, business portfolio registers, and so on. Also, as I mentioned before, on local elections, the
Sorry
State
to
Electoral
interrupt, ma'am. Can you please conclude because we are running late.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you in between. I'm just saying, can you just conclude because we are running out of time?
Okay, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. You can take 2-3 minutes if you need.
Okay, thank you. On this slide, you can see a limitation of election campaign costs. That limitation depends on kinds of elections. When it comes to local elections, limit on the amount of election campaign costs depend on the size of the local unit or number of its inhabitants. As you can see on this, Zagreb is the capital city and has the biggest limit amount of election campaign, around 100,000 euros. Political parties, independent lists or candidates who achieve a certain election result may receive reimbursement of election campaign costs, but the level of the reimbursement of costs has to be determined by the government of the Republic of Croatia. Decisions should be adopted. This slide, you can see who has entitlement to reimbursement for election campaign costs from the state budget. And on this slide, you can see who has the entitlement to reimbursement for election. Every supervision campaign financing ends with a report on supervision of financing issued by the State Electoral Commission. Having in mind of the final report, clear that the state has campaign and there are two expert services at State Electoral Commission that prepare a draft of the report on supervision of financing, service for financing supervision, and service for preparation and conduct of election and referendums. After the draft is prepared, it has to be discussed at the session of State Electoral Commission. The reimbursement of election campaign costs will be paid within 15 days from the date of the publication of the report on supervision of financing of State Electoral Commission, and this slide, you can see statistics about number of election participants and number of reports on supervision of election campaign financing at state and local elections that were held in 2024 and 2025. Number of participants varies type of election, and it is elections. And at the end, you can see State Electoral Commission website and our virtual assistant, and it is still in testing phase, but once it comes to its AI life, it's going to help our current employees to in being a support to election participants during preparation for and conducting elections, and especially fulfilling their obligations regarding election campaign financing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for those rich insights from Croatia. We now turn to our next speaker, and I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Khushbu Agarwal, who will be presenting on title of presentation International Standards and Norms of Campaign Finance. Ms. Agarwal serves as an advisor for money in politics at International IDEA, where she supports political finance reforms across the world by providing evidence-based policy analysis and technical assistance to oversight agencies and other stakeholders. Her work focuses on comparative analysis of political finance systems and on promoting inclusive, responsive, and accountable democratic institutions and processes. She brings a truly global perspective to the challenge of electoral finance governance. Ma'am, we look forward to your presentation. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear and see you.
And would you prefer me to switch off my video as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't. Sorry, I'm a bit technically challenged right now. I don't know how to switch off the video, but let me see how I can do that. Because I'm moving between screens, so it kind of limits my ability to see how to switch off the video.
Ma'am, you are all set. Please start your presentation.
Oh, I'm okay. All right, great.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, great. So I will just move on with my presentation. Thank you again for having me. It is a really pleasure for me to join this very important conversation. And as was already highlighted in the introduction round, the role that money plays in politics is really crucial. The objective of my presentation are twofold for today. The first is to map out global trends and persistent challenges in political finance regulation that many countries continue to face. And second is to highlight concrete solutions and innovative reforms that can inspire meaningful actions among policymakers, oversight agencies, civil society actors, etc. So we should really start with the crux of the matter. Why does political finance matter so much? I think almost everybody who is present in this room today recognizes the fact that money is a necessary but also dangerous component of any democracy. It is dangerous when it is not controlled. If we do not know who is funding the campaign, we will not know who politicians are beholden to. If a party receives millions from a construction company, let's say, how will that party's members vote if there is a law regulating public tenders? When there are no rules, economic interests can end up conditioning political decisions and weakening democracy. Political finance regulations, therefore, are key to promote integrity, transparency, and accountability in any democracy. There are several surveys that are carried out globally, regionally, as well as nationally, and almost all the surveys point to a really worrying reality that trust in national parliaments and political parties is alarmingly low worldwide. And a key factor in this trust deficit is the way money influences politics. So as mentioned, if political financing is opaque and poorly regulated, the risks of corruption skyrocket. This undermines fair competition, disrupts policymaking, and erodes citizens' trust in democracy. And these risks are playing across the globe, regardless of which region we are talking about. For example, in Japan, a 2023 scandal saw lawmakers resign over undisclosed party funds. In Brazil, high-profile investigations have exposed illegal campaign financing tied to major corporations. Ghana, for instance, has faced growing concerns over unregulated donations and vote buying. And in Armenia, leaked documents revealed off-the-book financing linked to favors. And these aren't isolated incidents. And as you can see, this has happened in Latin America, in Europe, it has happened in Asia, and it has also happened in Europe. So they really point to a global worrying trend across jurisdictions, across borders, and across regions. I'm going to very quickly talk about, there are several challenges to political finance, but I'm going to talk about three major challenges here. First is legal gaps and loopholes, enforcement challenges, and digital threats. What do we mean when we are talking about gaps and loopholes? So most countries in the world have some sort of political finance regulations. They vary in depth, they vary in scope, but they exist. For example, International IDEA has a database. We have data from 181 countries, and we notice that there exist regulations, but they're not perfect. In fact, the most advanced democracies are also grappling with similar problems of how to control the flow of money in politics. So some of the challenges in legislation can be unclear definitions. There could be donation caps that can be easily bypassed by splitting large donations into smaller ones, or blind spots in third-party spending. These gaps create room for corruption to thrive, often just below the surface of legality. So most countries do have laws that prohibit some sort of foreign donations or anonymous donations. It's a good start. However, while most countries ban them, only 90% countries globally require beneficial ownership registers. So it is still possible to channel anonymous money through corporate vehicles that don't reveal reality behind the donation. And then there are issues of cash and in-kind donations. While nearly half of the countries in the world don't require donations to be processed through the banking system, which is very relevant in countries where banking systems are not very advanced, but this also creates some sort of a loophole, a channel where illegal donations can be channeled through. And how do we account for in-kind donations? That's another challenge. In Mexico, for example, they have a very clear legislation on how in-kind donations are supposed to be calculated, but this does not necessarily happen in almost all democracies. And also we have the issues of limited disclosure. So political parties may be required to submit reports, but then those reports are not available to the larger public or to the media for scrutiny. And then we come to the challenges of enforcement. So even the best laws are meaningless if they are not enforced properly, and oversight bodies often lack, in many countries, not all, but in many countries, they lack the mandate. They lack the resources or the human capacity, and that capacity could be as simple as analyzing the reports, or technical capacity, or IT capacity, or it could also be there are poor interinstitutional coordination, or they lack the independence or autonomy to do their jobs without any political influence. And the third challenge is really the threats of digitalization. And I'm sure you talked about the issues over the last 3 days on how we cannot run away from the technological advancement, the issues of globalization. So while technology is a boon, it can also be a bane for us. For example, political parties are now relying on data analytics firm, online influencers, and targeted ads, which are outsourced to private companies with no disclosure requirements. There is often also a risk of foreign interference, especially in countries where there are no strict legislation regarding foreign donations, or where social media platforms are not governed properly. And these financial relationships are often hidden from the public, and traditional regulatory frameworks are not equipped appropriately to handle what is happening in the digital world. For example, the social media advertisements that are being put forward, or cryptocurrency donations that are coming in, etc., etc. So there are some mitigating measures we can all count on. The first is timely regulatory reform. So, of course, there are legislative gaps. To fill them, we need timely regulatory reforms. And these are some of the ways in which donations can be The limit of personal private donations can be limited, and in many countries, several categories of donations are regulated. For example, as you can see in many of the countries, anonymous donations and donations from foreign interests are not permitted in nearly 2/3 of the countries. Corporate donations are outrightly banned in quite small number of countries, for example, 27% of the countries. But the ways in which governments or national legislation tries to limit the influence of corporations is have a caveat. So if corporations have partial government ownership, they are not allowed to donate to political parties and candidates, or governments with corporations with government contracts are not allowed to donate to political parties. And so these are some ways by banning or limiting the donation source is one ways in which we can mitigate the influence of dark money or illegal money into politics. And there are many reasons why this is done, and I won't go into depth of it. Of course, my presentation will be available for anybody who is interested to look into why they should be banned and what kind of positive influence they can have. But I will move on to the next slide. Here are placing donation caps. This is another way in which the influence of one single donor can be limited. For example, there are limits on how much donation can be made to candidates, or how much donation can be given to political parties during election period and during non-election period. And these donations can happen or can be, limits can be identified in many different ways. Of course, there is no one standard limit because every country is different, economy is different, but here are just some examples. There are some examples of fixed limits. For in Spain, let's say, any person, individual or legal entity cannot donate more than €50,000 per year to a political party. In Brazil, it is based on income of the donor, so 10% of the gross income obtained by the donor in the year prior to the election. And in Mexico, it is based on the expenditure cap. For example, annual individual donation is limited to 0.5% of the expenditure cap of the political party. So there are very different ways to set these kind of limits, and there is no one standard formula. It should be reliant on the status of the country in terms of its economy, but also what is appropriate for the country concerned. Then there is the other ways in which we can limit the influence of private donation is by introducing public funding mechanisms. And as you can see, 69% of the countries in the world have some sort of public funding mechanism. And these are more prevalent in Europe and Latin America rather than in Asia, Africa. Don't have that so much. But one way is one of the reasons why public funding is popular across these jurisdictions is it can be a very powerful tool to level the playing field. It helps in reducing the dependence on private or illegal money. It promotes equitable competition among parties and strengthens democratic pluralism. However, there is often a dilemma whether public funding mechanisms should be introduced or not, because I just said that political parties are the least trusted institutions all over the world. So why would the public be willing to allocate some state budget to political parties who are not even trusted? So there has to be a balance, and there has to be a proper deliberation on whether public funding is the right pathway for a country, whether the country has enough budget to be able to respond to the needs of political parties. But at the same time, it is also equally important, it was mentioned during the introduction as well, that there should be a balance. The formula should be correct, the eligibility criteria, the allocation formula. These are all the issues that need to be really thought through if we want to have a robust public funding mechanism in the country. The other ways to limit the influence of money is through introducing spending limits, and they are not as popular, but also at least 50% of the countries have some sort of spending limits for candidates and 38% approximately for political parties. But it can be a good tool to make sure that big money does not play a major role in how politics is conducted, and that politics and elections don't become a race of who has more resources to spend. And so as a result, a balanced spending limit can be a deterrent for the show of money for bigger parties to kind of show their influence in the political sphere. One of the issues within the spending is the issues of third party, and this remains one of the most unregulated area all across the world. So who are third parties, if you may ask? These are actors outside the formal party and candidate structure, like well-funded lobby groups, party-affiliated foundations, NGOs, or even online influencers who run parallel campaigns that benefit certain candidates or parties. And the big concern here is that they are not often playing by the same rules that apply to political parties and candidates. And we have noted the last few years that third parties are having massive influence in elections, sometimes even outspending political parties themselves. So it is even more critical to make sure that we bring third parties within the realm of political finance regulation and make sure they abide by the rules govern parties and candidates. They should be accountable to the public as well. And I mentioned that disclosure remains one of the challenges in political finance. So accountability is nearly impossible if reports are not available to the public for scrutiny. And when we say accountability, we are not just talking about the requirement for parties and candidates to submit the reports, but also making sure that these reports are available in an understandable way to the general public, to the journalists, to the watchdogs, can scrutinize the political finance data included in them. And as you can see, globally, 64% of the countries have requirements to disclose the reports to the public. But having said that, it's not always disclosed in a user-friendly manner. They're often in the form of PDF reports, or they are available in a gazette where people have to go to a government office and get copies of them. But true transparency is really achieved when these reports are available in a very easy to understand manner, ideally online. And you can see some examples of online disclosure systems all over the world. So in Estonia, they publish all the information online, party income, expenditure, information on campaign donors, the amount donated to them, and as well as campaign spending. Similarly, in Colombia and Mexico, all the incomes and expenditures of political parties are published in a very detailed manner. Particularly, I would encourage you to go and, if you're interested, Mexico has a very robust disclosure system. Then in the US, the Federal Election Commission also is required to disclose all income, donations, loans through their online system. So there are some examples, but there are quite a number of countries that do that. Just a moment. Some digital solutions very quickly, like you mentioned, things are moving digitally. What are the options that we can potentially pursue? So first is, of course, hard laws through which you institute legislation or have the guidelines for political parties, and then there are the soft laws. In the hard laws, there are 4 different ways in which we are currently seeing. So political finance in general is unregulated, whether it is online campaign or offline campaign. That there are ways in which the general political finance regulation apply to online campaigns. So there are no specific regulation for online campaigns, but they are embedded within the general political regulation. So for example, if a party is spending on online campaign or say meta advertisements, they should obviously account for it to the oversight agency. And then there is the third category in which political finance regulation is limited to selected media, but online media is not covered. So this gives kind of a free route to actors to spend on online media, but not necessarily report them. And then finally, there is ways in which online advertisement is explicitly regulated. And this is quite prominent right now in the EU elections at the EU level. And many countries within the EU have taken this approach in which online advertisements are especially regulated. As you can see, at the EU level, there are several legislation which are binding to all countries within the EU, in which parties have to make sure that they report on the spending that is being done in online campaigns. In Latvia, they have also binding regulation. In Netherlands, in 2021, they asked political parties to sign. It was not a requirement. Political parties came together and signed a sort of a declaration in which they said that they will use online media responsibly and they will not use it to attack their opponents through misinformation or disinformation. So it is more within the soft law that I was talking about here. So there is a hard laws and soft laws in which memorandum of understandings are signed or declarations are signed, etc. And finally, institutional strengthening. So as I said, political finance regulations mean nothing if oversight agencies are not empowered enough, if they are not given the correct resources, and they have the right mandate, and that they are allowed to be impartial. So this is very important. The four principles of clear mandate, sufficient resources, impartiality, and independence. Carries out oversight is dependent on the country. In some countries, it's electoral management bodies. In other countries, there are ministries, there are special agencies that are set up for political finance oversight. So these arrangements are quite varied across the world. And what do? Receive and analyze reports. In some cases, they also investigate and seek additional information from parties and candidates. And finally, in some cases, they apply the sanctions. But in many cases, also sanctions are applied by the courts. So these responsibilities should be clearly defined in the legislation on what kind of responsibilities are given to which agency. And finally, I just want to highlight this particular aspect of political finance that is currently very prominent. You may be aware or you may not be. A new global norm was adopted at the Conference of State Parties in Doha in December 2025. Basically, it's the first ever global standard on political finance. It elevates political finance within the United Nations Convention Against Corruption framework, which links to democratic integrity, illicit financial flows, foreign interference, and other issues that we have been talking about that I have mentioned in my presentation. So it is quite remarkable because it's the first time ever a resolution on political finance has been adopted. It was unanimously voted by the countries that were present, by the member states, and it elevates the issue of political finance really at a larger scale, because normally political finance is often only part of elections, and fully recognize that the real work starts now. The resolution does create mandate, but it is not at all of it. Implementation is equally important. So now we should focus on national reforms, technical assistance, and follow-up processes. And I would like to recognize that India, being at the forefront of political finance legislation and implementation, it can play a really important role, particularly in sharing good practices with other countries. And I think forums like this are really helpful for us to bring together these best practices. We've heard from Croatia, but we also will hear from many other countries in the future, I hope, including from India, the host country itself. So I think these sharing of best practices, making sure that reforms are conducted through national dialogues, that organizations like International IDEA and others are able to provide technical assistance, and that we engage in the follow-up processes is equally important. So this is something that we should all keep in mind as we move forward. And finally, this is my last slide. I know that we are running out of time, but I just want to say that political finance reform is really a whole of a society approach. It is not the responsibility of one particular agency, one particular body, one particular individual, of course. So let's say, what can policymakers and oversight bodies do? Review and close regulatory loopholes, develop digital disclosure platforms for political parties and candidates, invest in oversight capacity, data analysis tools, including AI, establish clear sanctions and ensure they are applied consistently, and support the implementation of the resolution that I just mentioned. What can political parties do? They can ensure that they have their internal processes which are well defined, and that they only receive donations in line with the existing regulations in the country concerned, and make sure that their party members and their cadres are trained on what is ethical fundraising, what is ethical spending, and how to comply with regulations. Civil society actors and media can monitor campaign finances and advocate for real-time disclosures, but also work together with oversight agencies to be an additional arm in terms of oversight. And it's very important that oversight agencies, CSOs, media, they work hand in hand rather than against each other, because we have noted that in countries where civil society organizations and EMBs and oversight agencies work together, reforms, real reforms, and implementation is much more faster. And private entities can make sure that they have right regulations on how they govern, how much to donate to political parties. For example, in some countries, the board has to take a decision on whether or not they should donate to a political party or candidate. But it's basically doing corporate doing politics responsibly, basically, but also private entities such as social media platforms should have legislation that mirrors the legislation of the country when it comes to social media advertising or crypto currency donations, etc. International actors, we can come together, provide these forums, and make sure that we are bringing expertise from all over the world and sharing it to the wider audience and making sure that it gets translated. So, of course, as I said, all political finance legislation are unique to the country concerned. We cannot copy legislation from one country to the next, but I think best practices can be shared, which can perhaps be applicable to next country. So with this, I will end my presentation. It has been a pleasure, but I'll be very happy to take any questions that anybody may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that comprehensive presentation. And we will be having Q&A in the last. Okay, so for our final presentation of the session, it is my honor to introduce Dr. Shailendra Khandelwal, Associate Professor from Chhattisgarh, who will be speaking on campaign finance and expenditure on behalf of the thematic group of the state of Chhattisgarh. Dr. Khandelwal brings with him deep academic expertise in the domain of electoral and political finance, and his presentation promises to offer important perspectives on the regulating campaign expenditure within the Indian context and beyond. So the floor is all yours. Please come.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Dr. Kritika ma'am, our Deputy CEO sir. So I am here with the topic campaign finance and expenditure in elections. The scale of the problem, facts and figure. $14.4 billion spent on 2020 US election, more expensive ever recorded. Rupees 1.35 lakhs crore rupees estimated spent India on general election 2024. CMS estimate official limit is 95 lakhs per candidate. 60 to 70% elections globally have unregulated dark money. This is from the site of Idea Global Reports 2023. As per IFES UNDP data, 3 times rise in electoral spending in democracy within 2000 to 2024. The key observation is India's 2024 general election may be the world's costliest election in absolute terms. Only 30% of campaign funds are formally disclosed in most nations. Corporate and anonymous donors dominate in more than 60 democracies. Social media spends has tripled since 2015 globally. Why campaign finance matters for democracy? Level playing field. Unequal funding distorts electoral competition. Wealthy candidates and parties enjoy structural advantage irrespective of merit of public mandate. Corruption and quid pro quo. Large unregulated donations create obligations of reciprocity. Policy capture by moneyed interest erodes public trust in democratic institutions. Voters' autonomy. Disproportionate campaigns spent particularly on misinformation undermine informed voter choice, which is the bedrock of representative democracy. Foreign interference. Dark money channels enable geopolitical actors to fund political campaigns, threatening national sovereignty and electoral integrity. Erosion of trust. When citizens perceive elections as broad legitimacy of elected government collapse, over 70% voters in more than 30 nations cite money in politics as a top concern. This is by the report of IDEA 2023. Accountability deficit. Without mandatory disclosure and enforcement, elected representatives remains accountable to donors, not to the constitutes, reversing the democratic participant-agent relationship. Key challenge in campaign finance and expenditure. Dark money and anonymous donations. Expenditures beyond legal limits. Criminalizations, money nexus. Loopholes in disclosure regime. Digital and social media spending. Targeted micro advertising via Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube bypass traditional expenditure monitoring framework. Dark ads level to audit trails. Free buys in vote buying. In kind inducement, voter welfare scheme limits to elections, and cash transfer more than 50,000 crore concern in Indian elections. This is the ADR data. Weak enforcement mechanism. Election management bodies often lack financial intelligence powers, real-time transaction across authority to deregister political parties. Cross-border and cryptocurrency funding. The global trends and emerging patterns, a comparative scan. USA, super PSEs and dark money loopholes post Citizens United 2010. Real-time FEC disclosure dashboards, AI powered and tracking. In UK, 319 million pounds cap per national party. Electoral Commission prosecute violations, ban on foreign donations, digital imprisonment on imprints on online ads 2020. In Germany, state funding ties to electoral performance donations more than 10,000 euro publicity disclosed quarterly. Strong party finance law. Canada, individual donation cap Canadian dollar 1725, corporates union donation banned since 2006. Elections Canada audit all party account. In New Zealand, broadcasting allocation system for media digital advertising includes under expenditure cap since 2022. Real-time returns. Brazil, public fund model, fundo electoral, particular $4.9 billion in 2022. Corporate donations banned since 2015. TSC delays AI for fake news detection. In Africa, Political Party Funding Act 2021, first mandatory disclosure law, foreign funding banned, quarterly reports to IAS. Kenya, IEBC Act allows public funding, 30% reserved for women and youth, digital payment, tracking pilots in 2022 elections. Sweden, highest volume disclosure culture globally. Public funding dominates, no expenditure caps, but transparency central. France, strict spending limits enforced by CNCC-FE, state reimbursed campaign cost, corporate donations fully banned since 1995. Indonesia, KPU introduced e-reporting, cash transaction monitoring with PPATK. Ban the candidates self-funding above Indonesian rupees 25 billion. Mexico, INE used satellite monitoring of campaign materials, real-time expenditure tracking portal, party funding linked to vote shares. Japan, Political Funds Control Act mandatory disclosure, more than 50,000 Japanese yen. Recent amendments post AB era slush fund scandal 2024. Taiwan campaign donation receipts mandatory. Central Election Commission deployed AI to detect illegal fundraising patterns in social media. Zimbabwe ZESN monitors expenditure pilot for SMS-based campaign finance reporting by candidates in 2023 elections. Singapore PAA caps at Singapore dollar 3.50 vote per voters individual donation only. Daily returns compulsory during campaign period. India best practices in campaign finance governance. Model Code of Conduct MCC enforced from announcement to result restricts use of government machinery in general election 2024. Over 5,000 MCC violation cases registered and acted upon the Election Commission of India. Expenditure monitoring system, dedicated flying squad, static surveillance team, video surveillance teams deployed in each constituency. Over rupees 4,650 crores seized in general election 2024. This is from ECI data. Candidate expenditure limits kept in 95 lakhs for Lok Sabha and 40 lakhs for Assembly. Shadows observation, account register scrutiny and day-wise return compulsory. CVISIL app, real-time citizen reporting of MCC violation via geotagged video, 17 lakhs, more than 17 lakhs complaints across general election 19 to 2024. 90 minutes resolution target, a globally cited innovation. SWIP, voter education, reducing vote buying via financial literacy and voter empowerment. General election 2024 saw record 64.2 crore votes cast, highest ever absolute voter turnout. IT integration and data analysis, voter turnout app, EVM tracking, electronic expenditure monitoring portal, connecting candidates' returns with bank disclosure and IT department data. So, general election 2024 at a glance, more than 97 crores registered voters. Total vote cast is 64.2 crores and seizures by Election Commission of India is 4,650 crores. Expenditure observance deploy expenditure observer deploy 10.5 lakhs, 17 lakhs, more than 70 lakhs CVISIL complaints, and constitution monitored was 543. Digital and AI tools is the opportunity for this expenditure control. Emerging technology offer unprecedented tools for detecting violations, enhancing transparency and empowered voters if proactively integrated into regulatory framework. India in use, CVISIL, AI assistant geotagged MCC violation reporting, EMP, electronic expenditure monitoring portal for real-time candidate returns, IT department, data sharing with ECI for expenditure cross verification, voter turnout apps and live dashboard for real-time monitoring, NLP based social media scan pilot by ECI media certification and monitoring committees. Global use cases, Brazil, AI for fake news and deepfake detection in campaign content. Taiwan, ML models to flag coordinated inauthentic behavior in campaign ads. USA, ad transparency library, Meta and Google plus FEC API for disclosure. UK, digital imprint regulations, automated bot detection. Mexico, satellite imagery for billboard expenditure tracking. Emerging opportunities. We are some emerging opportunities also. Blockchain ledgers for immutable donation record. Pilot in Sierra Leone, Colorado. AI-based expenditure anomaly detection across bank and telecom data. Deepfake and synthetic media detection tools for campaign integrity. Open government data standards for machine readable party account. predictive analysis to flag high-risk constituencies to pre-emptive deployed. Recommendations, conversational and new age challenges. The structural conversation reform, mandatory real-time disclosure, total expenditure cap, state funding for elections, criminalization, money firewall, empowered enforcement bodies, free buys regulation framework, new age technology driven reform, mandatory digital ad disclosure. All campaign related online advertisement must carry digital imprints, funding source and be filled with the EMBs in real time. AI powered expenditure monitoring. Deploy ML models to cross verify candidate returns against bank data, telecom records and media purchase invoices. Defect and disinformation regulation. Legal framework to mandate platform takedown of AI generated political content, criminal liabilities to synthetic campaign media, blockchain based donation ledger, immutable, publicly auditable donation record using blockchain elimination back during the tampering risk, crypto and fintech regulation, explicit provision on cryptocurrency campaign donations, mandatory KYC for all digital political payment gateway, open data standard for party accountant, standard machine real-time formats for party financial returns to enable civil society and academic strictly. Conclusion. Money is the mother's milk of politics, but when its source is opaque and its quantum unchecked, is poison the democratic process. Scale demands urgency. With global campaign spending now exceeding $50 billion per electoral cycle, the regulatory gap between money in politics and oversight capacity has never been wider. Transparency in the first step. No reform is possible without mandatory, real-time, publicly accessible disclosure. Opacity is not a future, it's the central flaw in current system. Technology must be harnessed, not feared. AI, blockchain and open data platforms offer regulators unprecedented capability, but only the legislative framework and institutional capacity keep peace. India's model is instructive, not complete. India's EMB innovations like CVISIL, EEMP, multi-agency seizures set global benchmarks, yet party-level spending caps, crypto regulation and digital ad disclosure remain unfinished agenda. Institutional will is the irreducible variable. Laws, technology and global norms will achieve nothing without independent, adequate resources, EMBs with political will to enforce, and civil society and media to hold them accountability. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful reflections. We now open the floor for Q&A session. Are there any questions?
खंडेलवाल साहब से मेरा प्रश्न रहेगा। वैसे तो आपका बड़ा बहुत सारगर्भित बनाया आपने प्रेजेंटेशन, और बहुत प्रभावी भी है वो और उपयोगी भी। सर, मुझे हमेशा एक डाउट ये रहता है कि मैं फेसबुक चलाता हूँ और फेसबुक पर मेरे 1000 दोस्त हैं और मैं किसी व्यक्ति विशेष से प्रभावित हूँ और उसके बारे में 4 लाइन तारीफ़ की लिख रहा हूँ, तो वो कहीं ऐसा है कि वो एक्ट में कवर हो रहा है कि भाई तो मेरे अपने व्यक्तिगत विचार हैं, किसी पार्टी विशेष के विचार तो है नहीं, पर ये सही है कि मैं उसको उन 1000 लोगों में, चाहे कि सामान्य व्यक्ति बन के ही, पर 1000 लोगों के दिमाग में उस बात को पहुँचाता रहा हूँ जिसका अपरोक्ष रूप से ही सही, पर उस व्यक्ति को जिसके बारे में पहुँचा रहा हूँ उससे फ़ायदा मिलता ही मिलता है, तो वो कहीं कवर होता है?
आपने बहुत अच्छी बात कही डॉक्टर साहब। इंडिविजुअल्स एज अ सिटीजन, एज अ कैंडिडेट अपने लिए अगर प्रचार प्रसार करता है तो यहाँ फाइनेंस इन्वॉल्व नहीं है। दिक्कत क्या है, सोशल मीडिया में एक नया ट्रेंड आया है। नया ट्रेंड ये है कि जो थर्ड पार्टी इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हैं इसमें। हमको पता ही नहीं लगता कि कोई इन्फ्लुएंसर किसके लिए काम करता है। हम एडवर्टाइजमेंट में भी देखते हैं कि उसमें सेलिब्रिटी इंडोर्समेंट होता है। किसी प्रोडक्ट के विज्ञापन के लिए भी अगर कोई सेलिब्रिटी इन्वॉल्व होता है और सेलिब्रिटी कहता है तो उसका प्रभाव बहुत ज़्यादा पड़ता है। तो एग्जैक्टली हम सोशल मीडिया में भी आज जो इस तरह के थर्ड पार्टी इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं जो किसी और वजह से सोसाइटी में अपनी पोजीशन रखते हैं, उनके ओपिनियन को हम रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, रिगार्ड करते हैं, तो ऐसे लोगों को हम इनडायरेक्टली इन्फ्लुएंस करके उनको मॉनिटरी सपोर्ट करके हम अपने फेवर में कैंपेन करवाते हैं। और इसके साथ ही एक और नया थ्रेड है कि हमारे हिंदुस्तान में तो ये कम है पर ग्लोबली हम देखें तो एक नया ट्रेंड है, लोग एआई से पूछते हैं कि मुझे किसको वोट करना चाहिए। तो ऐसे में जो एआई रिपोर्ट करेगा वो निश्चित रूप से फाइनेंशियली कहीं भी इन्फ्लुएंस हो सकता है उसका। हमने यूएस इलेक्शन में और कई जगह देखा है एआई का यूज़, और जो सोशल मीडिया के बड़े बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म हैं जो ऑपरेट करते हैं, तो मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहूँगा, लेकिन कई ऐसी कंपनियां हैं जो सोशल मीडिया का मोर देन 70%, इंडिया में जितने सोशल मीडिया पॉपुलर हैं उनका मोर देन 70% ऑनरशिप तो पर्टिकुलर एक दो ग्रुप के पास है। तो वो इन्फ्लुएंस करने की पोजीशन में होते हैं और वो आपको सजेस्ट भी करेंगे। हम सोशल मीडिया में जब भी देखते हैं तो आप देखते होंगे एडवर्टाइजमेंट और कई तरह की रील्स बीच बीच में आती है। तो कुछ तो वो कमर्शियली हमारे इंटरेस्ट को देख के आती है, बट अदरवाइज पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो हम देखें और पर्टिकुलर इलेक्शन के टाइम पे तो वो उनकी जो पॉलिटिकल उनका जिधर झुकाव है, जिधर रुझान है, उस तरह के मटेरियल भी हमको देते हैं, वो सर्व करते हैं। तो इससे नेचुरली जो फाइनेंस का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है कैंपेनिंग में वो बहुत ही साइलेंटली बढ़ा है इस सोशल मीडिया में और हम उसको मॉनिटर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो इसके लिए भी हमें कुछ मैकेनिज्म डेवलप करने की ज़रूरत है। थैंक यू।
एक बात मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगा इसमें, जो जिस तरह से हम पेड न्यूज़ को पकड़ते हैं, हमारा MCMC एक अलग से विंग होता है, मीडिया सर्टिफिकेशन एंड मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी, और जो सारे जितने भी मीडिया में जितने भी एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स आते हैं उनको सर्टिफिकेशन भी किया जाता है। और साथ ही साथ हम एक वार रूम हम बनाते हैं जहां पर हम सारे चैनल्स को, सारे सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स को रेगुलर हम वॉच करते हैं, और जहां पर भी हमें ऐसा लगता है कि ये जो न्यूज़ है या ये जो कोई किसी पर्सन के बारे में बोला जा रहा है जो कि एक कैंडिडेट है, तो अगर वो कैंपेन के स्वरूप में हमें दिखता है तो निश्चित ही हम उस पर कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं।
बहुत अच्छी बात बोली सर आपने, पर मतलब हम किस प्रकार से डिसाइड करेंगे कि ये कैंपेन ही है? जैसे कि मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये मैं कोई घटना याद आ गई, मैंने 2 साल पुरानी एक घटना बता दी, बड़े ही ये सहज हृदय व्यक्ति हैं और मेरे को अच्छे से याद है कि इन्होंने उस वक्त मेरी बड़ी वो जब भी कहीं का रास्ते में कोई तुरंत लोगों की मदद करते हैं। तो इसमें कैंपेनिंग तो बिल्कुल नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं यही कह रहा हूँ कि आप कोई उनके लिए कुछ करें या उनके लिए कुछ करें, और मैं कुछ हूँ भी नहीं जी, मैं सिंपल एक बड़ा सामान्य सा व्यक्ति हूँ और सिर्फ मेरे ऐसे 5-15 लोग और हैं जिनके सबके 200-500 फ्रेंड है। तो 500 का गुना अगर 12 में करते हैं तो वो संख्या बन जाती है।
आपका कहना बिल्कुल सही है सर, लेकिन हम कुछ हद तक तो उसको रेगुलेट कर सकते हैं। जिस तरह से हमने पेड न्यूज़ के लिए कुछ नॉर्म्स बनाए हुए हैं कि कोई भी न्यूज़ को देख करके हम प्राइमा फेसे ही बता सकते हैं कि ये पेड न्यूज़ है या ये किसी तरह का जनरल न्यूज़ है, हम उसको डिस्टिंग्विश कर सकते हैं दोनों को। सेम उसी तरह से सर सोशल मीडिया में भी यदि कोई किसी व्यक्ति को के बारे में बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्रचारित कर रहा है, जैसे उदाहरण के लिए मैं बताऊँ कि जब कोई ऐड देखते हैं, कोई रील आप देखते हैं तो आपको समझ में आ जाता है कि विज्ञापन वाली रील है कि एक जनरल रील है। तो उसी तरह से हम इसको भी पकड़ सकते हैं कि व्यक्ति किसी का प्रचार कर रहा है या एक जनरल वे में अपनी ओपिनियन बता रहा है, तो उस हिसाब से हम इसमें कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं।
सोशल मीडिया की जहां तक बात है, ओपिनियन एक्सप्रेस करने का तो वो प्लेटफॉर्म है, हर आदमी अपना ओपिनियन एक्सप्रेस कर सकता है, लेकिन जब वो ओपिनियन किसी फाइनेंशियल इंटरेस्ट से करता है उसको मॉनिटर करने के लिए मैकेनिज्म की बात हो रही है। पर्टिकुलर इन्फ्लुएंसर जो है थर्ड पार्टी हैं, थर्ड पार्टी पेमेंट कई तरह से होने लगा है, तो उसको मॉनिटर करने की जरूरत है और उसको रोकने की जरूरत है। बाकी ओपिनियन एक्सप्रेस करने का तो प्लेटफॉर्म ही है। देश में जो आज़ादी का सबसे ज़्यादा आनंद है आजकल, मुझे लगता है कि जो एक्टिविस्ट हैं उनसे कहीं गुना ज़्यादा सोशल मीडिया के यूज़र हैं, वो उस अभिव्यक्ति की आज़ादी का आनंद ले रहे हैं। तो हमें केवल जो फाइनेंस इन्वॉल्वमेंट है इस तरह के किसी कैंपेन में, उसको पकड़ना है। एक नया ट्रेंड आ गया है, इस देश में भी बहुत व्यापक है, वो है रेपुटेशन मैनेजमेंट का। तो रेपुटेशन मैनेजमेंट की टीम है, वो निश्चित रूप से फाइनेंस का इन्वॉल्वमेंट तो है ही उसमें, और उसके बाद ही वो काम करते हैं। उसको पकड़ना जरा कठिन है। हम बहुत तकनीकी रूप से ही इस काम को कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि एक लंबी चौड़ी टीम होती है, वेरियस आईडी से वो लोग अपनी चीज़ों को फैलाते हैं, तो ये मॉनिटर करना थोड़ा कठिन है। लेकिन हम टेक्नोलॉजिकली इतने अब हम सक्षम हैं कि हम इन चीज़ों को कर सकते हैं। ज़रूरत है इस बारे में थोड़ा सोचने की और कुछ एक्शन प्लान की। थैंक यू सर।
शैलेंद्र सर, नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन। आई हैव वन क्वेश्चन। आपने अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में मेंशन किया था एआई एनालिसिस ऑफ टेलीकॉम डेटा। तो टेलीकॉम डेटा से क्या हम इन्फर कर सकते हैं, वो एक्सप्लेन कर दीजिए थोड़ा।
बहुत अच्छा सवाल किया आपने। एक्चुअली आज के ज़माने में जो कैंपेन है, डोर टू डोर कैंपेन बहुत कम हो गया है। बाकी जो प्रिंटेड मटेरियल हैं, हम बाकी जो यूज़ करते थे एडवर्टाइजिंग के लिए, वो चीज़ें कम हो गई है। अब हम जो भी कैंपेन करते हैं और जो इन्फ्लुएंस हम कर पाते हैं, वो है केवल डिजिटल सोर्स से। तो डिजिटल सोर्स में जो भी करेंगे, डिजिटल सोर्स एक ऐसा सोर्स है कि डिजिटल कोई भी एक्टिविटी, उसके फुटप्रिंट जरूर होते हैं। मैंने अगर सोशल मीडिया में कुछ पोस्ट किया है, व्हाट्सएप भी किया है, तो उसका रिकॉर्ड है। तो मैं अगर कोई बल्क मैसेजिंग करता हूं, ऑलरेडी इलेक्शन कमीशन के इंस्ट्रक्शंस होते हैं, बल्क मैसेजिंग और कई चीज़ों पर बैन होता है। लेकिन जैसे एसएमएस है, एसएमएस को हम लोग मॉनिटर उस तरह नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। बल्क मैसेजिंग भी उसमें होती है। हम लोगों को भी 100 मैसेज रोज फ्री है, लेकिन आजकल एसएमएस हम लोग नहीं करते हैं। मल्टीमीडिया मैसेजेस पे हम ज़्यादा डिपेंडेंट हैं। तो बल्क मेल, जो बल्क जितनी चीज़ें होती हैं, चाहे वो व्हाट्सएप मैसेज हो, ब्रॉडकास्ट ग्रुप के जरिए मैसेज हो, वो सब हम मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा जो वेरियस साइट है, जो अलग अलग सर्विस प्रोवाइडर हैं, सोशल मीडिया के भी और बाकी डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म को के लिए जितने सोशल जो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर हैं, उन सबको हम अगर मॉनिटर करें तो हमको पता लग जाएगा कि कौन किसी पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड पर्पस से काम कर रहा है। और हमको सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी कि उनको किसी तरह से फाइनेंशियल एड जो मिलता है, उनका सोर्स ऑफ इनकम है, वो अगर मॉनिटर हो तो भी हमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें ट्रेस कर सकते हैं और उनको रोकने में हमको मदद मिलेगी। Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, everyone. That was a very lively Q&A session. As we come to the close of this symposium, allow me to reflect briefly on what has been a truly enriching exchange. Today's deliberation have underscored a fundamental truth that the health of a democracy is inseparably linked to the integrity and transparency of its financial systems. From Ms. Zaravika's illuminating account of Croatia's regulatory framework for election campaigning financing to Ms. Agarwal's global comparative insights on fiscal sustainability for EMBs, to Dr. Khandeval's examination of campaign finance and expenditure governance, we have explored the subject from multiple and complementary perspectives. Together, these presentations have helped us better understand the vulnerabilities in political finance systems, the importance of independent and adequately funded election management bodies, and the urgent need for model international standards that are both robust and adaptable. On behalf of IIIDEM and International IDEA, the India Chairship for the Council of Member States of International IDEA, I extend my deepest gratitude to all our speakers for their time, expertise, and invaluable contributions. I also thank every participant for your engagement and presence today. The conversation that began in forums like this one carry the potential to shape one accountable, transparent, and sustainable democracies the world over. Truly in spirit of Vasudev Kutumbakam. Thank you everyone and warm regards to all. We look forward to seeing you in the next session, which is photographs.
Thank you very much.